But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, take time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, bedtime on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one grass, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, bedtime on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, take time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, take time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please be seated. We will go into committee to continue our consideration of the estimates and invite the Honorable Robeson Horatio Ben and his team from the Ministry of Home Affairs to join us. Brave Horatio in the brave days of old. Minister, you have to tell Mr. Mahipal about keeping up the bridge. Honorable members, please let us turn to pages 260 and 261. And see if we can be as efficient and effective as the Honorable Dr. Cummings this morning. Is there extra time? Honorable members, they have an hour and 30 minutes allocated for this agency. However, we have 2 hours and 11 minutes in savings. So it could still be a very long day today. Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Agency 51, Ministry of Home Affairs, Program 511, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond? No? New Home Affairs? Sorry, Annette Ferguson?
Yes,
Honorable Member?
thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member, let me take this opportunity to say a pleasant afternoon to the staff of the ministry.
And not the Minister?
Yes, and the minister. Line item 6242, maintenance of buildings. Honorable Minister, I note you have like 4 million increase for 2025 as against what was allocated and spent in 2024. So can you explain to the House what or which building or buildings will be maintained under this allocation? Thank you. And where are these buildings located?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response, there are repairs to sections of the first and second floors at the Ministry of Home Affairs itself, the Secretariat. At Bregdam, repairs to ceiling wall tiles, repainting of internal walls at the Guyana Forensic Laboratory, rerouting of existing AC drains at the Secretariat itself, repairs to living quarters, routine maintenance work such as electrical, plumbing, carpentry, masonry to the ministry's main building, and the Citizen Security Strengthening Program Forensic Lab and the Juvenile Holding Center. Those buildings.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Mr. Chair, should I proceed?
You may.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm thankful that you have provided the buildings that will enjoy allocations from this year's budgetary. Can you provide a disaggregation, what going to the main building, what going to the laboratory, and the other areas that you have identified? Thank you.
All right, Minister.
Mr. Chairman, if I may quickly go over beyond getting a long list of things, the repairs to the sections of the first and second floor at the Home Affairs Secretariat is $3 million. Repairs to the forensic laboratory internal walls, $2 million. Rerouting of drain pipes at the Secretariat itself, $2 million. Repairs to living quarters, $6 million. Routine maintenance works, electrical, plumbing, carpentry, masonry to the ministry's main building and the CSSP building and the forensic lab and juvenile holding center, $7 million.
Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, I wish to draw your attention to Volume 2, page 230. Under impacts, it states a well-functioning parole board. It was published that this board was reconstituted in 2020, and I believe the term of this board came to an end in 2021. Can you advise the status? Was the term of the board extended or was it reconstituted?
Honorable Minister.
The board was reconstituted over a number of years. It will now have to be reconstituted again. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead,
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I noticed that you intend to have an increase in policing groups. I'm referring here again to Volume 2. And it states in 2025, you intend to have an additional 40 policing groups. Can you advise the status on these additional policing groups and the location for these groups?
Honorable Minister.
Thank the honorable member for her interest in the community policing groups. The community policing groups form an important first line of information and defense in relation to the issues of possible crimes, disorderly behavior, and all of those issues, including paying attention to the questions of surveillance at our borders. And so we are increasing the number of groups, some of the groups which you may have an interest in, at Port Kaituma, at Mabaruma, in Region 1, and Marukutu, in Region 2. Just let me say, we have 86 groups there with 1,927 members. In G Division, Pomeroon to Bethany Creek, Upper Pomeroon to Bethany Creek, 20 groups with 303 members. Region 3, D1 Division, Crane to Bonasika Creek, 23 groups with 402 members. Division 2, 27 groups, 554 members. Division 3, Legwan Wakanam, 19 groups, 391 members, for a total of 1,347 members in that Region 3. In Region 4, A Division, Industry to Agriculture, 22 groups, 385 members. Echoes to Moblisa Division, 37 groups, 713 members. C1 Division, Unity to Good Hopes, 22 groups, 390 members. Division 2, C2, Good Hope, the Industry Arch, 15 groups, 247 members, for a total of 1,739 persons who are in Region 4 groups. For Region 5, 29 groups, 540 members. Well, these are I'm sorry, maybe this includes, this is the total for all groups. I could lay over the details of the numbers of persons in the groups. It isn't finalized in respect of the final number of persons who will be in any new groups or adding to groups which already exist. But if I might just say, there's a grand total of 445 groups with 5,381 members. And those include women's groups and youth groups also.
Mr. Chair.
Clarified.
Thank you, Minister. Chair. Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Line item 6284 order. I noticed that last year, a sum of 45 million was budgeted, then had a revise of 63 million and change, and now I'm seeing you budgeting 50 million. So I'm asking the minister, are you confident that this will cover the areas that is expected to be covered, since we look at the revised sum for 2024?
Minister.
Thank the honourable member for her question. Last year we had the Guyana Shield Strategic Dialogue, which we had to host, which we of course had to stand the expenses. So we are not catering for those on that dialogue and issues with certain software upgrades in this year, which is why you see a reduction in the amount which we are requesting.
Thanks, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. Line item 6292, dietary. I noticed that you had originally, we had 18,500,000 in 2024, then it was revised to 9 million and change, and now it has gone up back to 18,500,000. Can the Honorable Minister say what are the factors what are the areas that will be covered here, and if this amount is adequate?
Minister.
This one. There are some rollover projects and expenses which have to be accounted for and are being taken up in this item on paid accounts, and their dietary supplies for the Juvenile Holding Center and the NOC in Essequibo. So that takes account for that level of expenditure.
Thanks, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair, to the Minister. 6294 order. I note there has been an increase. Can the Honorable Minister state what areas will be covered with this allocated sum?
Minister.
Sorry, they asked my questions.
Again, let me thank the honourable member for her interest in this matter. There are operational line expenses, the Juvenile Holding Center for community policing groups, for traffic duties on stipend, border patrols, trafficking in persons, the Firearms Licensing Board, And if I may give some details, operational expenses for SOCU, for intelligence, for the ministerial task force in trafficking in persons, 18.3 million. Traffic duties and border patrols again, 10.6 million. The firearms licensing board stipends related, $780,000. For the tender boards and on the issues for what we're speaking about, increasing the fees, 12.6 million. And for the strategic management department, $450,000.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, permit me to take the Honorable Minister back to Volume 2, a follow-up from the Honorable Geeta Chandan Edmonds' question, reference Community Policing Group. The Honorable Minister was kind enough to say that Community Policing Group acts as a first line of information and defense in crime fighting, and we appreciate the involvement of civilians in this duty. Sir, may I ask the Honorable Minister, what kind of training does these members of the community policing group go through to ensure that they basically execute that function in keeping with the standard operations procedure with reference to how you treat civilians?
Minister?
In the first instance, the community policing groups are trained basically to the level of those who will be considered rural constables. Beyond that, in terms of specific training, there's training in relation to gathering intelligence, information, arrests, cautioning of persons, all the basic elements of providing basic policing functions in the communities. Also in relation to issues which are of issue at the moment in the communities, issues related to domestic violence, use of drugs, all of those things, antisocial behavioral issues. And particularly for those out in the, on the borders, there are issues in relation to surveillance, use of drones, tracking. We have a number of them with ATVs, and particularly this year we are going to be buying a number of horses, so they'll be out there as vaqueros, essentially, at areas which are difficult to access in relation to the open border issues which we speak of at many fora.
You appreciate horses?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead,
Sir,
Honorable Member.
thank you. May I ask the Honorable Minister, is there a stipend or any form of remuneration that is offered to these hardworking civilians who are serving in the community policing group to basically assist in crime fighting of our nation? And if not, is there any consideration for such under this program?
Minister?
Thank the Honorable Michael for the question. I did say that the number of persons in the community policing group are and the total number of persons are 10,659 persons. The community policing groups were set up on and are still on a voluntary basis. There may be instances like at Christmas time when they are called in support of the police, at schools for traffic management and other issues, where they are paid a small stipend. For some on the border with particularly strenuous long-range activities, they are also paid a stipend. But for our budget at the moment, to be paying monies for voluntary work would be a severe call on our budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
ahead.
in terms of equipment, crime-fighting equipment, not necessarily the vehicles and the horses and so on, but maybe guns and baton or whatever is necessary sometime to force bad behaviors. Are these policing groups issued with that kind of weapon? And is there a criteria that they must meet in order to be given such weapon?
It is not our policy to be giving out guns all over the place. It's not our policy to engage with the use of guns for perhaps at the very beginning for small scale, low level violence and indiscipline problems. The function of the community policing groups then is to engage the police or the two shows or the community leaders or REOs in areas with respect to engaging. Of course, there are times when they go on patrol and if there are 3 or 4 of them and somebody is behaving disorderly, they could put hands on him and take him to the police station. But it is not the policy to engender, for a better want of better words perhaps, an arms race in the communities. Because if you arm them, those who would want to behave bad would think of arming themselves too. So we prefer to be on the low down in relation to that. The first level of information in respect to these issues and to provide us with actionable intelligence.
So, thank you, sir. So, outside of guns, do they get from the ministry like handcuffs, batons, and other equipment that can basically curtail and reduce a person from rebelling? Do they get any sort of assistance at that level to provide the...
Yes, yes.
Can you specify,
Thank you,
please?
Mr. Chairman. They are provided with uniforms, batons, handcuffs. Those are the basic things we give to them. Boots, of course, and they're trained to use those things in a proper manner. But beyond that, we're not into giving out guns, really.
Thank you. And my final question on this, sir.
Go ahead, honorable member.
In terms of accounting for these equipment, accounting for these batons, handcuffs, and so on, is there a single person that holds that responsibility within these groups, probably the group chairman, or is it that every individual who they sign for it and they have some agreement that if they should misuse it or lose it, that they are that the accountability measure is there so that we get the value for our money and it is not being stolen or misused?
Yes, there is indeed the group chairmen and vice chairs are the ones who have responsibility for accounting for items which are given. There are also liaison officers in each region or sub-region in respect of this type of activity and making contact with the groups. So there is sufficient safeguard, I would say, in relation to the question of the accounting for the baton or the handcuffs.
Thank you. Sir, one follow-up, please.
Go
How
ahead.
are group chairs appointed? Are they selected or elected? Are they selected by your ministry or elected from among the
they are.
group?
It's a purely democratic process, which you may not be familiar with, but the whole annual general meetings, I went to one, I think, last year, I think at the Leonora School, where all the group members came together. They did their canvassing, and they elected their leaders, the chairs, vice chairs, and the secretaries, and treasurers, and all those persons.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Excuse me. This is my Paul, honorable member.
I would like to just come back to the question of the parole board. How long has that parole board not been appointed? When did it come to an end?
The life of the previous board came to an end in May
Of 20,
last year.
of 2024? How early would you get?
Well, we're hoping, sorry, Mr. Chairman, we're hoping to be able to get it going just now. There were issues of a chair who is available as a chair and so on. So we'll be able to get it going early in this year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
During the course, if I may just do one follow-up, do we have any statistics as to how many people were put on parole by the board prior to the 20, in their term, the last term, up to 24?
I don't have that at hand, but we
Minister?
could lay that over to
ahead.
you.
Thanks.
Honorable
Mr.
Member,
Chair.
Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Check
Mr.
with him, volume two.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I please ask the minister to go to volume 2? Under indicators number 7, it says, number of murders recorded in 2024 is 117. Could the honorable minister say how many of the 117 is recorded from domestic violence?
Minister?
We'll get the disaggregated number for you, ma'am, honorable member.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Line item 6321, subsidies to international organization. We note in the legend it speaks to a budgeted allocation of 80. Glasses. Sorry. No, see this.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Okay.
The allocation requested in 2024 is 85. We see the revised budget is 85, but we see in 2025 there's a request increasing that amount. Could the Honourable Minister indicate what would have occasioned this increase?
Minister?
This one. Yes, that. Yes, thank you, honorable member, Mr. Chair. There was indeed an, not unsurprisingly perhaps, increase which is due for a subvention for the international organizations of parole board associations. So the increase in 2025 is due to the increase in the membership for this parole board association, the fee, membership fee.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member, can I take him back to line item 6284? And we were discussing the CPG, the Community Policing Group. Two questions I have for you, honorable member. One, can you say how many members of the policing group are actually 10-day workers? And secondly, can you state the hours of work for the 10-day workers? Thank you. For the Community Policing Group. Thank you.
Mr.
Minister?
Chair, I am not aware. We'll have to perhaps find out if it's of such interest to the honorable member on issues with the 10-day workers. I am not aware of it. We are not responsible for 10-day workers. So I could not provide the honorable member with an answer on that one.
Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the honorable member, just a gentle reminder. Thank you for the response to the first part of the question, but the second part of the question is, can you state the hours of work for the policing group members? Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable member, thank you. These are voluntary groupings. Persons are available during the day, so they may be patrol, visit schools, visit caucus, and so on, visit government buildings and other places of interest. And also, there are persons who come out in the evenings. They come out as they arrange for the area and in relation to basic surveillance for private properties, government buildings, and infrastructure, and so on. So there's not a hard and fast issue with how much time they spend on it. I could say that all night we have groupings on the WhatsApp and other places where we get reports from the various groups in areas of the patrols they're making. But I wouldn't, they are night patrols and they're persons who are out during the day. But I wouldn't say there's a strict accounting of the number of hours they go out, like as if they're working all night or they might go out on a 2 or 3 or 4 hour patrol and then another grouping takes over. But it's a voluntary thing.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Mr. Rabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Policy development indicators, I'm in volume 2. Mr. Chair, the volume says that in 2023, no national security policy was updated, and in 2024, none was updated. And the target again for 2025 is 1, that being the target every year. So I'm just asking the Honourable Minister whether there has been any attempt to create or prepare a national security policy, and if so, how far along is it, given everything that is happening with the police and the don't let me say all the words, but yes.
There are national security policies which we have, which are under review and under constant review in relation to our security issues. They're not simply related to the ministry of itself, but in association with the other agencies related to the security architecture of the country.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under policy and administration, I've received a complaint from a special constable, and I did some investigation that the females who give birth within a particular period of time of their employment, they are asked to go home, and after a year after giving birth, then they can come back to work. Is that a policy of the force?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know that level of detail. I would expect if someone gives birth, they would have to have time for themselves and for the new child. I believe that I'm being told, in fact, now that this in relation to when you're under training, when you're in training. But nowadays, even the men get maternity leave, so I'm not too bothered about that itself.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Okay, before you follow up, let me just let members, Don Hastings-Williams and Henry, know that I have them down to call on them. But after you, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The period in which the woman is sent home for 1 year, is that paid leave or unpaid leave?
Honorable Minister.
They'll be off training, right? I think once they are into training, they get pregnant or come in already pregnant and off, then the NIS and other issues will come in. I'm not sure that they will be Yes.
Honorable Member Ms. Dawn Hastings Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, let me take you back to line item 26284, other, on the community policing group. Out of the 10,000 members that you have under the community policing group, could the Honorable Minister be kind enough to tell us how many groups do you have in Region 7? And if you can tell us as for how many groups in Upper Mazruni, how many groups in Middle Maz, and how many groups in the Lower Mazruni? Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We can lay this information to you. Region 7, there are 18 groups, 269 members. Region 8, if there's interest, there are 9 groups with 149 members. I have called out the number for the entire of Region 7. Well, I am being given the groups in detail. Region 7, Batavia, Agatash, Dark Point, Bartica, Riversview, Foulmouth, Carao, Itabali, Cartabo, Vinipiru, 72 Miles, Calapun, Puruima, Camarang, Waramadong, Arrow, Moracamp, and Kaikan. 18 groups, 269 members.
Thank you, Minister. So you have none in the Middle Maz.
I hope you'll volunteer for the group when you return to the community.
Honorable Member Mr. Henry.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister mentioned that it's the CPG, just to follow up, is a voluntary organization, so to speak. And then he mentioned that some amount of remuneration is given when they are on official duty. On behalf of the hinterland people, we would like to know how much remuneration is given for like night services. There are times when you have cattle rustling and the CPG members have to be night after night on horseback, doing their work. So what form of remuneration is given? Is it an allowance? Is it food items? What is it? And if it's an allowance, who do they send their account to, and how long does it take for them to get their monies that they work for? Thank you.
Thank you,
Honorable
Mr.
Minister.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we seem to be going back and forth with CPGs and then into other things. There's a small stipend paid to the CPG members. Specifically when they are on traffic or support duties to the police continuously. Also in designated areas at the borders where they have to frequently monitor movement back and forth across the borders and to track situations coming off from the borders. There is no policy, as it were, except there is extraordinary circumstances to support CPG members beyond the voluntary arrangements they have in place. There are times when they have to move from an area to another. There are times when they have to fly over from one community to the next in pursuit of some issue or the others. Those expenses are covered for. But as I intimated before, we don't have a position where we will seemingly create a situation where we would not be able to fund for voluntary work for persons in communities who have an ongoing community interest to pay some attention to their own security interests in the communities. The sums will be enormous.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 511 current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 262 and 263. Program 512. And I propose the question that the sum stated herein for the current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I turn the Honorable Minister's attention to line item 6115 that speaks directly to the salaries and benefits for our police officers. Sir, I want to take the opportunity to say a special thank you to the traffic ranks that would normally line the roadways in the morning hours and afternoon hours, especially on the East Bank and East Coast. I think they're doing an exceptional job in assisting with the flow of traffic to make it easier for persons who are using the roadways. And sir, whether it's raining or not, they are there and they're doing a very good job. Sir, I happen to have spoken to a couple of them who don't have the stripe. I think they're constables, or if that's the lowest rank, I'm not certain. And they indicated to me that their salary is $130,000 standard. And with that exceptional function and that exceptional duty that they're doing on our roadways, may I ask the Honorable Minister if in this sum, do we have any amount that caters for probably an honorarium or some form of assistance to complement that $130,000 that they get monthly for their exceptional duties on our roadways, which basically amounts, sir, what I would consider as some really additional duties? Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It might have escaped the honorable member's notice that the President himself announced that the lowest ranked person in these forces would have a basic salary of $170,000. That will be effective this year. So you may be quoting a number that is in the flow of matters now dated.
Yes, sir. I am guided that it is going to be 130,000. Follow up, sir. And I am asking if there's any consideration for these additional duties or extra duties or hard duties for these ranks that are on the public road, rain or sun, wind or no wind, directing traffic, focusing heavily on making it easier for people like the Honorable Minister and myself. Is there any addition to this 130,000 that can compensate them to cope with this hard time, high cost of living, etc.?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is the job they've signed up for. And when we were young and starting in our jobs, we signed up for similar conditions. When there's need for any risk allowances or extraneous things, they're also provided with meals and so on. They're provided with the requisite gear to be out there and the requisite support. So meals, laundry, and all those other things, those are the basic things which go for that type of job at the entry level.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Chair. May I move to...
Go ahead, you may.
Thank you. May I move to line item 6302 that speaks to training. So I see in 2024, we expended a sum of $250 million, and we are scheduled to expend the same amount in 2025. But I've taken note from volume 2 that the number of officers trained during the period you're catering for an increase from 1,586 to 2039. May I ask the Honorable Minister if in these training sessions, or what are the training sessions that will be incorporated this year, given that we are in an election year?
Honorable Minister.
I want to thank the honorable gentleman for his interest in this matter. There's a long list of all the types of trainings, including retreat training, which are required. The type and quality of training may vary from year to year. I would say that in respect of the footprint of where training is taking place now, we now have an upgraded police force academy. We're building a training complex at Dora, the FICAL Training Academy in Essequibo, and the other one in Georgetown and in Berbice too. They all have been upgraded. There were times when they could not have been properly used because they were not repaired as we inherited them. So I think it might have more to do with the footprint and the types, the selection of the types of training for this year.
Sir, a follow-up, please.
Go ahead, Mr. Maipol.
Sir, the sum there is 250 million. And in 2024, we spent 250 million to train 2,076 police officers, both as officers and detectives. Reference to volume 2, indicators number 12 and 13. We're asking this year for the same sum to train 2,801 police officers. Is this sum sufficient to execute the training? And more precisely, given that it's an election year, there may be need for additional training to support the Guyana Elections Commission in conducting free, fair, and credible elections. May I ask if this sum is adequate?
Yeah.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought I gave the answer before, that the type and quality and the footprint related to the training and the facilities which we now have, which are upgraded, are much better. So the quality and delivery in terms of numbers per training cohort is more efficient now. That is a suggestion I could give to you in respect of the matter. There's a large number, and you did say that it's an election year, so for that very reason, the type of training may be significantly different. So the amount which is a proportion here is similar to last year, but with different focus, perhaps.
Yeah. 6 line items, Mr. Chairman, 6222.
Go ahead, Honorable.
I notice a 120% increase in field materials there. Could we get some specifics as to what has caused that increase?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable member, for your interest in the matter. There is a question of long outstanding unpaid accounts of some vintage, and we are clearing and cleaning the books in relation to these issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, to the Minister, line item 6284, orders. Could the Honourable Minister indicate what this line is used for?
Minister.
Where is (6284), there's an issue of services rendered, such as rental of tents, chairs, tables, barriers, field toilets, issue related to the National Enforcer anniversary celebrations, and even as we are here, we're running an expense on the police accounts in relation to the police being here for the parliament. Issue related to GCOM. So that is what it's related to. We have a long list: recoupment of standing imprest, laundering services, of course, rental of force-related chairs and tables for gymkhanas, police sports, police officers conference, sergeant and inspectors conference, along with state activities, advertisement for auction sales, satellite telephones, mobile phones, rental of bins, rental of food containers, veterinary services, medical checkups for dogs and horses. You might have an interest in this, honorable member. And so on. Rental of barricades, tower lights, engraving of trophies, removal of unserviceable vehicles, and so on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, a quick follow-up.
Go ahead.
Noting the activities the Honourable Minister indicated that this line will be used for, one would, including the hosting of the Ghana Police Force anniversary, it would be expected that the Ghana Police Force would know the year of their anniversary. But we note in 2024, the budgeted sum was just 450 million, and the revised ended at $2 billion plus dollars.
Minister?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. They were unpaid accounts. They were issues related to the Canadian banknote for the maintenance of the border control system, the passports and so on. So those accounts had to be cleared out. And they were in supplemental to the budget.
All right, but just as a last note, you said maintenance of the accounts. By virtue of the term maintenance, it is expected.
Maintenance of the system, the computer systems and so on, for the border management system, the software, the persons who will come and check and repair the machines which make the passports, or if there's a glitch with the machines. We had a big problem last year, and which we're still not completely out of, where the machines which print the passports, when they're finished, were malfunctioning. We had 4 of those, and then it was down to 1, and then you had to be there 24/7 there to print the passports. So there was all of that.
Noted.
Thank you, Minister. Member Gita Chandan Edmund.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, a follow-up to the question posed to you by my colleague Ganesh Mahipal. In terms of training, there has been an increased allocation. There has been an increase in the number of ranks and officers you intend to train. I did commend you for this in my budget presentation, and I did say that an increased allocation underscores prioritization. As my question is very specific, can you indicate the number of ranks that will be trained in cybersecurity and transnational crime?
Minister?
I couldn't say, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Member. I couldn't say specifically now the number of ranks who are onto cyber security. The we have a number of our people both at the ministry and at the police itself who are attending courses, and I think at the ministry we have 2 persons who are doing bachelor's degree in cybersecurity. But I couldn't tell you right now for the whole of it, just off the cuff, the numbers, but we will get that for you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Geeta Chandan Edmonds.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, I wish to draw your attention to Volume 2, page 232, under Indicators, proportion of recommendations from the Guyana Complaints Authority that are implemented. It states NA. Can that be interpreted to mean that the Police Complaints Authority has made absolutely no recommendation, or is it a case that you failed to implement those recommendations?
Honorable Minister.
Yeah. Yes, I think we're not, we are, thank you, Mr. Chair and Honorable Member, we are not at the moment getting the complaints from the authority. So, mhm.
Honorable Member Ms. Finance.
Generous Chair. On the same item, I'm following up on the Police Complaints Authority's report, where again a number of recommendations were made. Some to do with training. They talked about officers not being au fait with the Constitution and laws of Guyana, and I'm wondering how many of those recommendations are going to be implemented. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the honorable member for the Police Complaints Authority is not under the direct supervision of the ministry. We do get information, and persons may come to the authority also too while coming to the ministry in respect of problems which they encounter in relation to the police. For those, we pass those on to the police for their attention and follow-up. But in relation to the specific relationship between ourselves and the authority, that is not what exists at the moment.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know my colleagues before me, they didn't get their responses to their questions. But moving on, may I turn the honorable member attention to line item 6283, cleaning and extermination services. Honorable member, I note for 2024, you had an approved sum of $80 million and then a revised amount of $131 million. So for 2025, you're now requesting $85 million. Can you say whether this request is sufficient for what is to be done? And yes, if this is sufficient, whether we will see you returning late in the year to the House for additional monies, taking into account what you would have expended in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable member. There were a number of unpaid accounts which came over, which we had to make good on. Now that we are more or less even in relation to that matter, the amount is the same as last year, which was initially requested. Now that we have much and many more newer and cleaner police stations, we intend to keep them at that level. And so the police are bound to make sure that the facilities are kept clean and also that the public, when necessary, could have the opportunity to use those facilities too in a clean manner.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Natasha Singh Lewis, then I have Nima Flute Best,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item
Jones, and Mahipal.
6114, clerical and office support. This covers constable, lance corporals, and corporals. For the year 2024, could the Honorable Minister say how many resignations the force would have received?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This line item actually relates to the 10% increase for that category of employees. That is what it is for. The question of how many resignations of this category of employees, how many we've had for 2024, I couldn't leave. We do have still situations where people resign looking for other opportunity or being upset with whatever, but usually they come back to us asking for reemployment.
Thank you, Minister. Follow up, Natasha Singh Lewis.
Mr. Chair, a follow-up. The question is the number of staff. I didn't ask about their salary or emoluments or anything. It's 4,966. How many resignations among the clerical and office support, which caters for constable, lance corporal, and corporals, how many resignations would the force have received in 2024?
Minister?
Mr. Chairman, I think I indicated that the question that the honourable member has asked is not really related to the line item which speaks to emoluments for this level, this category of employment. But I have no difficulty in getting and laying over, which is an important question too, I think, the number of persons who may have resigned or come back or whatever. We can do that, no problem with that. But your question is not related to the line item.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, line item 6292, dietary. We note that in 2024, the request was 1.4, revised at 2.276. We noted the request for 2025 request is 2.1. Noting that this is an election year in which police officers will have to be in line, would this fund or this amount be sufficient? Noting that last year you expended more and it was not an election year.
Honorable Minister.
Yes, well, thank you, the honourable member. Based on the information at hand, the issue of this specific dietary item, they were unpaid accounts. Those were responded to. We've come back to a level where persons who are detained by the police, the officers and other ranks of the police force have to be taken care of in terms of dietary requirements.
Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, I turn the minister's attention to line item 6322, subsidies and contributions to international organizations. And I'm guided by page 477. I see we are making yearly subsidies and contributions to the Association of Caribbean commissioners of police, the sum there is 1,229,000 for this year, as was last year. The Buenos Aires Interpol, but I see that it says here merged with Interpol. And then we also have another line that says Interpol. So if the Buenos Aires is merged with Interpol, why do we have a sum there of 6,426,000? And for Interpol, we have a sum of 7,527,000.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The fees are split. There's the annual contribution, and there is contribution in relation to subscriptions and information that is related to our being in the Interpol structure fully now.
Sir, I understand that the fees are split, and it is split between Association of Caribbean Commissioners of Police, and I see, but my query is, we have Interpol as a line, and then we have a line above that as Buenos Aires Interpol, and in bracket merged with Interpol. So I'm trying to understand why is it two separate lines when it is indicating here that Interpol is really merged with Buenos Aires Interpol. And I'm guided by page 477 of the volume 1, the Guyana Police Force program under the Ministry of Home Affairs, 51, Agency 51. So I don't know if it is a typo and it is reflecting two sums, but they're two separate sums, but they're telling us it's a merge.
Honorable Minister.
Page 477.
Just a moment, we'll try to get the detail, but it may be more related to don't let me see, just let's wait a minute. Thank you. I am told maybe that it's a typo in the rendering of the information.
So a follow-up, sir. If it is a typo, is the sum 15,183,000 the sum that is associated here? And does that mean that the 6,427,000 has to be added to the 7,527,000, or is one of those figures not supposed to be there? Or maybe I should ask
I'm
how
told
much
that
money?
It's all together $15 million.
Yes, that is for the Association of Caribbean Commissioners of Police, which is 1,229,000. The other sum that is split in two, 6 million plus and 7 million plus. Are those two numbers supposed to be merged? Are we paying the 13 or 14 million thereabout to one organization, or are we paying two separate sums to two separate organizations?
Okay.
Honorable Minister, you need some time.
Thank you. So it's two different things I'm told now. One is the Interpol, and the other one is for the International Association of Criminal Policing.
And they both total 15,183,000.
Yes.
The total is correct?
Yes.
So the sum is correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahipal. The Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Thank you,
Honorable Member, Mr. Duncan, if you want to ask a question, I suggest you now go back to your seat and ask from there. Go ahead, Nima.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. I'm checking to see if I should ask the question here, but I'll ask it, and if not, it have to go to the other line item, heading. I'm looking at the volume 2 and the strategy to prevent and investigate crimes, and then the impact is to have a crime-free and safe society. And I look also the indicators that deals with vehicular crimes and stuff like that. My question is, I know that there are training or scholarships in 6.3, on line item 6302. I would like the Honorable Minister to say if there is any training done in relation to the use of social drugs, like the vapes and all these different things that are popping up in our society currently.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable members. There is what is called a DARE program, which in the schools through the Guyana Police Force. The CANU are also involved in visiting schools and clubs, along with the human services too, in relation to what you're calling social drugs, was it? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
The follow-up comment,
Go
Chair.
ahead, Honourable Member.
So we are dealing with the schools. Can the Honorable Minister say if the police normally raid these businesses that are selling the vapes? For example, the Chinese supermarket. A child could walk in at any age and pick up a vape for as cheap as $1,800 or $2,000 or less, and you would find that those said items will turn up in the school. So have the police been doing raids, or is there anything out there to say that this should not be sold to children?
Honourable Minister.
This is for the very reason that in relation to school children, through the DARE program, and in relation to the CANU, they go and advise these businesses and to warn them that certain categories, certain items should not be sold to underage persons. By law.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member.
Follow-up.
Go ahead.
If these businesses does not desist or comply with the instruction given, and they continue to sell these said social drugs, what steps are being taken to have that corrected?
Minister?
Well, I would say, and I'm now interested that the honourable member perhaps has the direct and specific information on this, because I think she's a teacher. And so we'll be happy to look more into this, and the law will take its course. I expect that if in the schools the teachers who supervise children are aware that they are using drugs of any kind, that they should inform their parents and the police, so that further interventions and advice and awareness could be given to them, and investigations undertaken, and we get to those persons who are the traffickers, who are providing the drugs to them. But the law will take its course, and I expect the honourable members and her colleagues in the teaching profession will follow her interests and inform the police and the CANU and the parents and the PTA where this is occurring. And I think since she raises it, we'll put a particular flag on the item. Not that we are not doing work in this regard, but we're challenged by issues, now the vapes, the synthetic drugs, and so on. I think the CANU recently put out an ad in social media in relation to some pink little things. And we will, they're called some candies. We are working at this, and we'll be happy to further engage the ministries and directly the schools and the teachers in the schools who are supervising these children. Parents too, of course.
One
Thank you,
last
Minister.
follow-up.
Follow-up?
Yes. Thank you,
I
Comrade.
feel we're drifting a bit away from the...
No, I'm right on the same item.
Go ahead.
I would first like to make a recommendation that because I've never seen a list out there to say that these are the banned items or whatever from Kanu or whatever that I can quickly go and pick up. I would like to suggest that when these lists are published, that they be sent to the schools, and so that the parents, like they have PTA meetings and all of that, these lists can be distributed to the parents. And also, I would make myself available after this budget presentation for us to go to some areas, because I'm very concerned about vape. I only received a call today
Honorable Member,
that
Ms.
a primary school
Honorable
child
Member, Ms.
got a
Nima
vape.
Flobes, we are drifting away unless you had framed it in such a way that says, if I volunteer under this head, would I be paid a stipend or a fee? Right? But you're making a political statement. I'll give the minister an opportunity to so make. Go ahead, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll be happy to review with the honorable member the laws, the list of items which are under purview and for sanctioning for their use. And if the honorable member, who is at the tip of the spear in relation to this matter in her classrooms, we would be happy to work with her in her school and with the PTAs there and with their parents associated to get on top of this challenge.
Thank you, Minister. Before I take Mr. Duncan, honorable members, we have 1.5 hours for this head, and we have 2 hours and 10 minutes in savings. If I assume that most of this will be applied here, Honorable Senior Minister of Finance, it means that that head will be taken somewhere after 5 o'clock, just to let your staff know. Honorable Member Mr. Duncan.
Gracious Chair, 6284, there's a $600 million there on the other. Mr. Chair, the question is whether there is allocations here, perhaps for more investigations on the SOCU, for instance. And I was wondering from the subject minister if there are a number of allegations in the public sphere and then a high official, perhaps like Ministry of Housing, resign. How does SOCU initiate an investigation? And if that might be covered under the line item here in terms of funding.
We're looking at nexus and applying your comments with respect to the estimates here. Minister, you have an opportunity. I'll give you as much opportunity once a political statement or an opinion is expressed. I couldn't help but do the same for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I don't think the question raised or the perceptions uttered fall under this line item. Wherever there are matters of interest relating to criminal or other behavior, the SOCU has the responsibility to open the necessary files. And there are a lot of files which are pending and are under investigation.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, we seem, Honorable Member Mr. Ramjatan.
Yes, it's in connection with the activities under 512 Guyana Police Force, immigration, and I noticed passport processing is part of it. Do you have the statistics as to the passports processed for 2024?
Which line item are you referring to?
Well, it is indeed the entire program 512 Guyana Police Force, and at page 226, one of the activities of the Guyana Police Force is immigration and passport processing. So I just wanted to find out whether you have the statistics as to.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Honorable Member. We don't have the specific number here, but we have no difficulty in providing you with the
Thanks
number.
very much.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now.
Mr. Chair.
Honorable Member Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the Minister, going back to the indicators. We noted here number of murders recorded for 2024 stands at 117. I don't know if this is a mistake, but I note that the Guyana Police Force is saying that their target of a number of persons going to be murdered in 2025 is 105. Is this accurate? Look at the hair. Look at him. That's a target.
Honorable Minister.
So they had zero yesterday prayer. So they had zero twice. As so they had zero on the indicators. She didn't know the land of flood. And farmers would get affected.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's the same thing he has here.
Honorable Minister.
It is an anticipation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's 117. Mr. Chairman, I have a listing here of serious crimes for the period 2015 to 2024. In relation to murders or homicides, if I go back in 2015, the number of murders were 149. We have reduced the number of murders now for last year to 117. This number is still a horrific number and relates to horrific things, but it's a dramatic reduction against 2015.
No, Lord.
If now we are putting forth that for on the indicators that it will be what, 105, it is because we expect that there will be more effort, there will be less crime, that we speak in the Ministry of Increasing the Peace in Guyana, that you avert to an unfortunate thing because, anyway, there are attempts at making trend analyses based on the amount of effort, the amount of resources which are being put into policing and the work of the human services, the Ministry of Education and other places to bring these numbers down. These numbers are coming down. That's the reality. And we need your support too to let us work to bring these numbers down. It couldn't be that you too would celebrate high numbers in relation to these issues. We suggest that we have established a target based on trend analysis on an inputs that it could be 105, which is less than last year. That is what we want to work towards. We'd be extremely happy it's less than 100. But this is what we should all want and expect. No. And I would lay over these figures for the Parliament to show that the numbers in all categories, except for a couple, are down.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister, so we have allocations to the ministry, to the Guyana Police Force, increased numbers, manpower, vehicle, ammunition, you name it. One would expect that as a result of this investment, that the target for murders, if any, in 2025 would be something like 0, because that is what you're striving to achieve. Zero. But the fact that the Guyana Police Force has that the target of murders at 105, and then the number of persons killed by vehicle accident last year was 122, and this year they're expected 80 persons to be killed by vehicle accident. Is this a target that the police force would actually set instead of putting 0, because that's what you're striving to achieve, excellence? But to put that number down there is to say that, okay, go murder 105 people, go killed by road accident.
Honorable Minister, I see you're chomping at the bit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is only, Mr. Chairman, we have numbers, we have facts, we have statistics. I spoke of trend analyses. I said I will lay over the details for all the categories of serious crime, including the homicides. I will not answer to the ridiculous assertion that we should put zero. There's no country in the world which has zero murders. I will not, I refuse to answer that why we should put zero. And I have several times spoken about the low level of discussion and consideration which we bring this parliament to when we come together.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, I'll put the question that the sum stated for program 512 current stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let us turn the page to 266, 264, and 265. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 513, Ghana Prison Service current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Let's give the prison service an opportunity to come to so advise. Our Honorable Minister.
You want to listen to Robeson, not to you, shut up. 92 years, 92 years.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for program 513 current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I put a question that the sum stated. Honorable member Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmund.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, I wish to draw your attention to volume 2, page 234. I've noted that you intend to parole 10 prisoners. Can you indicate the offenses these persons were charged and convicted for?
Honorable Minister.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, can I ask the honorable member to repeat the question? I was distracted.
That means you're easily distracted, Minister. I've noted in volume 2, page 234, that you intend to parole 10 persons. I'm kindly asking the nature of the offenses for which these persons were charged and convicted for.
Honorable Minister.
These are more likely minor offenses. Yes.
Honorable member Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmund.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, I wish to draw the Honorable Minister's attention to volume 2, page 234, officers caught in trafficking of contraband. And I wish to draw your attention that only recently a prison officer at Mazruni was charged and convicted for the smuggling of marijuana in the prison. My question to you is that can you indicate what specific measures will be implemented to deter other prison officers? Will there be increased screening or random searches? Would there be additional training and more integrity testing to prevent such incidents?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the honourable member for her interest in this matter. It is indeed very disappointing, in spite of all the training, in spite of integrity testing and so on, that we have these occurrences. We intend to keep up the level of scrutiny, searches, which we have at the moment increased, have them heightened, which the prison service was asked to do. And the fact that they have more recently had, I think, 2 occurrences, including those of civilians who bring food or things to prisoners, speaks to more interdictions in relation to the trafficking. We are just now installing more scanners at the Mazruni prison itself, which will take away the human element related to the matter of the smuggling of things.
Honorable member?
Quick,
Honorable,
quick follow-up.
go ahead.
With these measures we implemented across all the prisons or just at Mazaruni?
Minister?
At all the prisons.
Honorable members, I now put a question that is Honorable Member Mr. Maipol.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I'm looking at volume 2 and I'm seeing on the indicators number 16 and 17, volume of crop production through prisons agriculture program moving from 3,955 to an expectation of 58,000, a huge volume increase. And sir, I'm also looking at number 17 that speaks to the volume of livestock production through prisons agriculture program moving from 4,263 to 26,000. Huge volume increases. But when I look at the dietary of 6292, it is showing an increase to 1,087,750,000 with a staff complement of 509, which is just an increase of 4 staff members. Why is the dietary line so heavy when you are projecting to increase your volume of production in agriculture and livestock?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are a number of rollover dietary contracts which have to be set aside. Yes, indeed, the allocations or the amount of poultry, for instance, in terms of the production at the prisons, the ambition is great. I think we have an issue in relation to the variety of food which is to be provided to the prisoners. We are feeding them better than you used to feed them, Mr. Former Minister of Public Security. And the fundamental issue is that we want the prisoners to support themselves more and be a part of their rehabilitation, doing farming and other activities. So we are working with the Ministry of Agriculture. We are putting in shade houses. They are helping us with better care for the cows and the pigs and the sheep and other items or other livestock that we have out there. And the prime focus is for rehabilitation and for them to be more in a position to feed themselves. But in terms of the amounts, there are some as yet not liquidated or satisfied issues which we have to clear up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I now put a question that is
I have something here. Sorry, I
Honorable
just
Member,
wanted
Mr. Ramjadan.
It's in connection with this line item 6243. I don't know if it was a mistake, but I noticed last year the revised 2024 was $14 million after we had $118 million, and we've gone back to 118. What caused that reduction there? Is that a mistake?
We couldn't hear you.
6243.
Go ahead.
Janitorial and cleaning supplies last year revised was 14 million, and it has jumped to 2025 as 118 million.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the honorable member. We were unable, because of some delay, to make the payments in relation to last year. And so the amount is still basically the same as for last year on an annual basis,
Thank you, Minister.
as budgeted. 118.
Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to take the minister to the indicators. Indicator number 14, number of prison officers caught in trafficking contraband in prisons. 2024, it's listed as 0. 2025 is listed as 0. But we have 2 prison officers in 2024 that were charged for smuggling contraband into the prison. So is this a mistake on the part of the indicators, or is this accurate?
Minister.
And this is carried by Guyana Times.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The fact is that it was after a revision, but in any event, I think that beyond maybe not matching up with the particular statistic at this time, we should celebrate the fact that the movement of drugs into the prison by the trusted officers, that we have found it and that we will continue to find it as necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Just a quick follow-up. Could the minister indicate, could the honourable minister indicate when these 2 prison officers were charged?
I believe they were charged and already in the prison.
What month I'm trying to get? Oh, you know the year, but the month.
No, this month. We had, I think, 1 this month and 1 last month, and they're already both in the prison.
Honorable Member, Mr. Honorable Members, I know the question that the sum stated for Program 513, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Let's turn to pages 266 and 267. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 515, Guyana Fire Service, stands part, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Fire Chief and his staff is coming to assist. And I have the honorable members Ramjatan and Chandan Edmund. Ramjatan first.
6293, Mr. Chairman. I notice refreshment and meals. A regular 12 million, 11, 12, but for budgeted this year is 113. Is there something exceptional about this year? 100 million more? 6293. Refreshments.
There's a lot of food there, sir.
Honorable Minister.
Compared to what was eaten last year. From 12 million to 113 million. Who we feeding with this refreshment? Tell us if we can come and get some.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we have, out of the severe stress we've had last year, the need to make sure that our people out responding to fires, that they are indeed provided with meals, that while on the fire grounds, that they have replenishment of electrolytes in their systems, because we've had situation, coconut water or Gatorade, because we've had many instances fire persons collapsing as a result of the effort, and the ambulance is always pressed into the service at these fires. So there's a response given to the fact that there is an increase in the number of fire persons, increase in the numbers of persons who are going to be trained as firemen and women this year.
So we are anticipating, Mr. Chairman, through you, some more fires this year?
Honorable Minister.
A response.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The responsibility we have is to be prepared. And in being prepared, and the honorable member may have noted that we have acquired for the NDCs throughout the country 40 or more fire pickup trucks and new pickup trucks and a new tall ladder crane to get to the top of buildings, a telescopic boom crane, another fireboat, and all kinds of specialized equipment for fire. We want to be ready and prepared. We have had more people dying as a result of fires. We've had more cars catching a fire because they add on more electric and electronic things to their cars. And I think even this morning, the fire people were out trying to rescue somebody where there was a big smash up with two trucks and a car. I would say over the period, there was need for us to have this response and more effort put into fire prevention. We're having more buildings, and we need to have a response. And so we want to be ready, and we don't want to leave it to chance.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmund.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Minister has actually answered the question I was going to ask. I was interested in the specific allocation for training in dealing with industrial fires and high-rise fires, high-rise building fires.
Industrial fires, I know you address high-rise. Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member. If I can turn his attention to line item 6242, maintenance of buildings. The allocations that you're requesting for 2025, honorable member, can you say whether some portion of it will go towards the old fire station headquarters there down in Stabrook?
Honorable Minister.
No, the old fire premises at Stabrook, there have been converted temporarily into a substation for the Brickdam police station. And so some patrol officers and others are actually in occupancy there.
So,
and the marine unit is also where the fire service still uses a portion of that building.
Oh,
those buildings.
okay, follow up to the honorable member, Mr. Chair. So can you say at the end of the construction of the Brickdam police station, these officers will be relocated or reassigned to the new structure in Brickdam there? But for future use of the building, what do you intend to do with the building when it is given up?
The fire persons who are related to marine firefighting will still be in the building, and they could continue to be multiple use by the security persons and others of that building.
Thank you, honorable ministers. The honorable member foresees you staying there for quite some time. Honorable members, I now, honorable member Mr. Mahipur.
Thank you. Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Chair, let me join in saluting our firefighters for a good job that they're doing to fight fires in our country. They're risking their lives, and we on this side salute them for that. Sir, may I turn the honorable minister's attention to line item 6261. Sir, the honorable minister was kind enough to say to us that they are procuring fire tenders for our neighborhood democratic councils, and they are basically laying the foundation for a first responder to these fires in these far-flung regions especially. And I am aware also of firefighters or civilians being trained in firefighting, and they contribute to firefighting, especially in places like Port Kaituma and so on. But I see, sir, from this line item, there is a whopping increase, if I may use that word, from 32,601,000, which was spent in 2024 for local travel and subsistence. Mind you, sir, the budgeted sum was 31,100,000 and 32,600,000 was spent. But I see this increase to 135 million. If there is this decentralization, so to speak, and empowering people within communities to fight fire, why do we need to have so much money for local travel and subsistence?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It would appear obvious to me that if we have more firefighting units in the NDCs and the footprint is through practically still at a nascent stage, but throughout the country, that issues relating to their support, the travel related to it and so on will increase. We don't have the amount of units and positions before. We have more now, and they're more far-flung, and they have to have technical support. A number of the firefighters were in contact with our firefighting colleagues in Brazil, in Boa Vista, and there was an exchange of visits. There was also a meeting of the Caribbean Association of Firefighters held in Guyana last year. We hosted it for the first time. Those persons, we had people from Cayenne, Suriname, and several Caribbean countries. Those persons had to make visits and be supported. And we can't fight fire anymore as if we could set up a bucket brigade to out fires anymore. So the visits, the training, the professional expertise, the exchange of knowledge and so on has to be there and has to be at a high level in relation to this matter.
Sir, may I turn the attention of the Honourable Minister to page 236 of the volume 2. I see that on the number of buildings that will be inspected, government you have 426, which was done in 2024, but you have to be determined for 2025. My concern, sir, is with the dormitories across the country. We know we had an unfortunate incident at Madia, and I am asking if the Honourable Minister intends, through the Guyana Fire Service, intends to visit all the dormitories that currently exist in our country to assess whether they are in keeping with fire standards and so on. But outside of the dormitories, basically buildings that are housing a lot of people, if the fire service will be visiting them to do an assessment and make recommendations, hopefully for implementation, to avoid a repeat of the Madia Inferno.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Honourable Member. We've done 16 of these buildings already. They're supposed to be visited and checked for maintenance of fire protection standards on a quarterly basis. And there should be no doubt that we won't be doing and continue large numbers of these inspections and visits in this year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A follow-up. The Honourable Minister was kind enough to say that 16 buildings were already visited. Is that 16 dormitory you're telling us about?
Government buildings, including dormitories.
May I ask how many dormitories were visited?
We don't have it at the moment, but we'll get it to you.
Okay. May I ask then, sir, thank you for getting it to us. May I ask if all the dormitories that were visited are fully compliant with the standard that the Guyana Fire Service look for or recommend or would like to see them to be? Are all the dormitories in keeping with those standards?
Honourable Minister.
Based on the last visits, yes. There may be instances where they visit a dormitory and they do not have certain things in place or kept properly, and the fire service at that place is supposed to make good on that.
I didn't get the last part, sir. The fire service?
If we put a fire extinguisher or a couple of fireballs in a dormitory, and on inspection, those things are not there, the fire service has to put those things in place.
Has to put it back?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question. There is sum stated for program 515. Current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Program 268, 269. And we ask the Honorable Minister staff of the General Register Office to join him. The registrar is there. And I propose a question that the sum stated for program 516, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member Ms. Nima Flew Best.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. I'm looking at the staffing details, and I note that it is 93 for 2024 and the same for 2025. And when I look at the volume 2 indicators, number of staff trained, I notice that there is 98 listed. So my question is, are there vacancies existing currently in the organization?
Honorable Minister.
I can't say specifically whether they are vacancies. I know that from time to time there are vacancies, and we replace those persons fairly regularly when the need arises. But I can't immediately say that there is. Do you have any? Oh, I'm hearing that we lost 3 staff over the holidays, so we'll replace those.
Thank you, Minister. Member Flubes.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. I'm looking at the volume 2 with the indicators. Average days, number 11, average number of days taken to issue a birth certificate from date of application, and the same for application for a marriage certificate will take about 3 days. To the question I have, I know there is information here stating that you are computerizing records and stuff like that. Is there any plan in the future or in place to issue birth certificates when person bring in their application form? And the reason for me asking, excuse me, asking this specific question, I know when you go to Georgetown Hospital, you do the registration of births and deaths. I'm wondering why is it that we don't have a computerized system there that you could have the certificate prepared, signed, and given to the person who took in the application.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you. I think I know there's a big project on for digitalization of our government services. But beyond that, there is the issue at the time of the birth of the child, and the need to issue a certificate, and as to whether there are any apprehensions or questions or willingness of persons to give their name, the males that is, as to being the father of the child. So some time is accorded to that, to allow that to happen clearly, before you get problems later in respect of
Thank you, Minister.
The law says 14 days to allow the fathers to make up their minds.
Not 14 years, 14 days.
14 days.
Yes. Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Nima Flubes.
Following up on this, another question in terms of computerizing the system. Is there any plan in place, or is there a department where our youths who are technologically savvy can get, if it's part-time employment, assist in helping to computerize the system, in updating the system?
At the ministry, we have an IT technical unit. They have a number of people who work in that unit, and they're all young, I might say. In addition, there are also there are statistical clerks at various police stations who are all young, who are involved in issues in support of the IT information and the architecture and servicing and so on.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put Honorable Member Mr. Mahi Paul.
Thank you, sir. Sir, my first question here has to do with the number of staff trained. In 2024, we're seeing that they trained 98 staff at this program, but their staffing details is reflecting 93 staff. And for 2025, we're also seeing that there's a reflection of 93 staff, but an intention to train 98 staff. May we have some clarification on that first, sir?
Well, all persons have to be trained, and there's also recurrent training. And if you lose some, you might have to add on some for fresh training. And of course, if you bring in some fresh hires, they got to be trained too.
Sir, I turn my attention to number of applications processed. Sir, may I? It is in the public space. The minister himself spoke to several Venezuelans being Guyanese by descent. May I ask the Honorable Minister how many certificates to show that they are citizens by descent were processed in the year 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024?
Honorable Member Mr. Mahi Paul.
Yes, sir.
That's best placed as a question to the Minister. Remember, we're dealing with the budget 2025 and questions pertaining to the allocation of the funds herein.
Thank you very much for your guidance, as usual, sir. Sir, may I ask how many from the allocated sum for the program 516, how many certificates to show citizens by descent is expected to be processed in 2025?
Thank you, Member.
Mr. Chairman, that is a number we can't determine. It's based on persons, how they register and how they apply.
Sir, may I have a follow-up? Are there applications in the system that are yet to be processed, and will they be processed in 2025? May we know that number, sir?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on verifications, they will be processed in 2025.
Can you provide us, sir, through you, number?
Not immediately, but we can.
You can. Sir, may I have a further follow-up? There is in the public space that was uttered by the Honorable Minister that there's somewhere around 40,000 or thereabout Venezuelans in Guyana. I may be wrong in terms of my figure, but of that sum, could the Honorable Minister, whilst providing that information for 2025 expected, tell us the total number?
We're dealing with Venezuelans in Guyana.
Yes, that are processed as citizens by descent. Yes, okay. That are processed by citizens by descent. If the Honorable Minister can provide that information in terms of the total sum processed, the total number processed for citizens by descent.
But again, that's another question for questions to the Minister. But if you want to...
Sir, he said he will provide it.
Ask him. Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
We'll provide a number.
Thank you very much,
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Rev, a pleasant afternoon to you.
And to you too.
No, I'm speaking to Rev.
You can't
Just
speak.
saying good afternoon
You
to
know,
him.
I always invite members who want to speak direct each other to go outside.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Can I turn the honorable member attention to line item 6241, rental of buildings. I note we have an increase from 2024 to 2025. So can the honorable minister explain the reason for the increase and where exactly are these buildings? Thank you very much.
Minister, where exactly is this building for this whopping increase of a
Thank
few
you.
$100,000?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for the GPO building where the GRO is, and they requested an increase.
Thank you, Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, follow up. I'm so happy that at least the Ghana Post Office Corporation is gaining some revenues, some well-deserved revenues from this allocation. Thank you very much.
Looks like $50,000 a month more. We have, Honorable Minister Ben, we have a lot of time remaining because we saved over 2 hours. And right now, we have just exhausted only 30 minutes of 131 minutes. So we have another 100 minutes to go. Go ahead, Minister, please. You would like a break?
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
5 minutes.
Let the assembly resume, and we will take a short suspension of 10 minutes. I'm not moving from here. We have a bigger bell now, you see. Someone here, we asking for a bell, and Basif sent this yesterday. So Minister Manichan, if you need school bells to buy, we can produce them locally. It's heavy, Shola. It's heavy. Yeah. Plus a weapon of mass destruction. Your secretary laughing at you.
We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one cries, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, take time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. House will resolve itself into committee. to continue consideration of the estimates. We left at
6241.
516 GRO. Honorable members, is this a good time to put Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, a follow-up to my earlier question to the honorable member. And I just want to ask the honorable member whether any consideration is given for a collaboration between the Ghana Post Office Corporation and perhaps the Ministry of Home Affairs to rectify the elevator there, because that has been out of commission for years, and you have elderly persons who turn up there on a daily basis to have their birth or death certificates processed. So what consideration can be given? I know budget 2025 may not allow for that, but has any thought been given to the idea for the future to have that lift repaired? Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, do you have to consult with the Honorable Bishop Juan Edghill?
Thank you,
He has to
Mr.
consult with
Chairman
me,
and
sir.
the honorable member. I want to thank her for what is indeed a valid concern, which we are very much aware of and concerned about too. We've had visits by port service providers in terms of the equipment needed to replace the elevator. I think we have to work not simply with Public Works, but with the Office of the Prime Minister to get this done and to access the funding to do this. But it is a pressing issue.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair, if I can make this pitch, you know, that lift has been out of commission since I was an employee with the Ghana Post Office Corporation as its properties manager. The good bishop can tell you that.
Honorable members, can I now put...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Any derelictions of duty of the former property manager will be fixed in this new period.
I've been hearing that familiar cry. You didn't maintain. Honorable members, I put the question that the sum stated for program 516, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's turn to pages 270 and 71. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 517, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Sir, I turn your attention to line item 6241, rental of buildings. Sir, may I ask if this is to rent buildings outside of the primary location here in Georgetown, or is it to pay rental for that building?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable member for the question. These are for buildings in the regions in outlying areas.
Thank you, Minister.
A couple of them for intelligence purposes in Georgetown.
Sir, so may I ask a follow-up? The building that is in central Georgetown, that is owned by the agency or the program that we are considering at this point in time?
Honorable Minister.
It's a government building, but the Kano has outgrown its space and footprint.
Thank you, sir. So I'm guessing, sir, that in terms of maintenance of building 6242, and that will be going towards the building that is owned by the government. But 6255, maintenance of other infrastructure. May I ask the Honorable Minister, what are the other infrastructure for maintenance?
Honorable Minister.
No, I know. You see what I'm showing you? Right? The table of defense.
There's a small sum, thank you, Mr.
Yes, very
Chairman,
small.
on the naming, where there are persons there, and the living quarters and the fence, they have to be fixed up.
So that building that we're talking about here, sir, it's owned by the government, the one
Yes.
in on the naming
Yes.
in Region 2. Thank you, sir. 6116, I know that there is no staffing details and for obvious purposes, may I ask the Honorable Minister what is the salary of the lowest paid employee under this program and the benefits for that employee?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable member, for the intelligence officers at the technical level. It's $434,566.
Sir, may I have a follow-up?
No, wait. Sorry. Okay, sorry. It is indeed for intelligence officer 2, is it? $200,620.
$200,620. Sir, may I ask the Honorable Minister what is the salary of the highest paid officer in this program?
Honorable Minister.
It's just over $1 million.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me take the opportunity to thank the staff at this Customs Anti-Narcotics Unit also, whom I believe are doing a very, very good job. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the minister turn with me to line item 6264? Minister, you have been spending over $20 million for vehicle spares and service. Could you kindly say what is your fleet and what is the
Yes, to the ministry, to the Kano.
oldest vehicle which you have? How many old vehicles you have that are using up this money?
Minister?
The Kano has something in the order of 22 serviceable vehicles. We are looking to, we did get some from GRA, which are older and which fulfill the purpose of being used for intelligence purposes. But beyond that, the need for vehicles and other assets have to be matched to the terrain where the operations are underway. These are at the borders, in the forests and places where usually no one else goes.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on the line item 6302, training. The question to the Honorable Minister, whether any specialized training program are being provided to improve Kano's intelligence and enforcement capabilities, and also whether there are any international partnership or training programs related for this year.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, the honorable member, for the question. There's a wide range of training which is undertaken and necessary for Kano's operations. Of course, there are the basic narcotic investigation courses, there's training in intelligence gathering and analysis, there's training in cybercrime investigation, the issues in relation to public seminars, speaking presentations of the type for intelligence operatives. Naturally, there's also training in relation to the use of weapons. There is in-house training, which also deals with Kano itself and their associates. There are issues in training for emotions management and crisis intervention training. There's training in first aid. Collateral, there's also training in the use of boats and engines and so on. Drones, I think we just finished a drone training, which I gave some remarks at a couple of days ago. We work with the DEA, the French, the Suriname, the RSS, the Impacts, the Brazilians, the Colombians, and many, many more.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for your response. May I turn the Honorable Member attention, Mr. Chair, through you to line item 6294. On the other, I note for this year, 2025, you have an allocation here of some $40.3 million. So can you indicate the amount of funding under this line item that will be used for the procurement, trading in procurement for surveillance and body cameras and drug detected tools?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Honorable Member. This is for the, and it's not enough, the support for additional operations in the regions, the purchase of materials for places which they may be renting or using out of town. There are issues of confidential information and to conduct special operations. And I want to emphasize that we are always looking to support for our international partners in relation to these matters. So there are a large amount of activities and issues which have to be supported under this other item.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Sorry, I have two more questions on this agency that we're examining at the moment. If I'm to turn the Honorable Member attention to page 240, Volume 2 of the estimates, and on the indicators, the question that I want to put to you, Honorable Members, whether you can confirm that all officers would have passed the integrity test. If not all, can you indicate what actions will be taken, right, against those who have failed the integrity test?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, honorable member. Naturally, if on recruitment you fail such a test, you are not accepted. In the course of your operations, if there's a happenstance, you're out. If there is also drug testing, failure at that level or stage, you're out. So that's what it is.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Honorable Minister. So on the very page 240 of Volume 2 of the estimates on the impact, right, as it relates to strengthening the capacity to tackle narcotics drug trade, can the Honorable Member indicate what measures are being taken to strengthen, like border security, and particularly to prevent the inflow of narcotics, whether at ports and that of land crossing? Or in pits? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. and honorable member, there is, in the first instance, a great degree of collaboration which is being undertaken with our neighbors, the friendly ones, the ones who have a vested interest in stopping this trade, and not necessarily immediate neighbors, but those who are further afield. We spoke of the collaboration with our Caribbean colleagues and their agencies. We make the point that given the fact that the drug trade, this illegal set of activities is imposing a lot of stress on the country at large, the fact that Guyana is an in-transit place, the drugs don't come here, we're not the marketplace. We don't use drugs to that level, Mr. Maipal. And the drugs are mostly on the way to North America, Europe, through West Africa and other places. So it's a big challenge. We need to put more resources into it. This is what we're doing. We're putting in more mobile and other scanners at the ports. We're heightening the activities and operations of our agents. We're getting more collaboration with the police and persons in the society who don't want this type of trade to be continuing. And of course, we have the issue of the radar coverage over southern Guyana, where there's a big gap, a big absence. We work with international partners to get information for transit over Guyana particularly. And so we need all the support, we need more support, and that is what we've been impressing on those persons from those countries who are the marketplace for the drugs.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, I now put the question that the sum stated...
Sir, before one other question with your permission.
Honourable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, sir. Sir, the volume 2, the CANU doesn't only deal with drugs, but they deal with contraband items too. May I ask the Honourable Minister, these contraband items, when they are seized, what happens to them afterwards? What do we do with them? I understand the drugs, we get rid of them because I know they had a boat somewhere in home stretch that they would normally destroy it. But like contraband chicken, contraband alcohol, and other items that come into the country that are seized because of contraband, what happens to them, sir?
Thank the honourable member for his intervention in this matter, Mr. Chairman. It is true to say that CANU is making a big impact, like the police are doing in relation to the seizure of firearms. So that is one important thing, firearms and ammunition. In relation to specific contraband, whether it's alcohol, those are handed over to the GRA. You mentioned chicken, the GRA, sorry, and the chicken, now and again there's a chicken seizure, and the GRA would give it to the prisons for the use of the prisoners or the hospitals. That's what happens with it. The alcohol and so I think they're sold at auction sometime or the other.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 517, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, let's turn to page 517. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 511, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 511, capital...
sir, buildings, project
Mr.
code
Naipaul.
12-16600. I see that it says here provision for buildings, and the legend takes me to page 241, and all we see there is improved facilities for a sum of $370,310,000. And under this program, development and administration, is that one building at Brick Dam? I'm assuming the Honorable Minister will clarify, and could he tell us what work is expected to do there under a capital project?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are, Mr. Chairman and honorable member, for works done through the ministry directly, 370 million. There is the Bregdam Police Station is not in on this. That is much
No, of
larger.
course, that'll be
sum.
under police.
There's a reconstruction of a juvenile holding center for 125 million odd. There's a construction of a transitional center, and this is for persons who would be held by the TIPS, right? The TIPS unit. We're putting a building where they could be kept in transition, and this is in Commons Lodge. Of course, the construction of the new building, the admin building for the Kano. There is a construction of trade shops, lot 1 at the NOC at under Neming, and lot 2 for 32 million. And the training, that will be a vocational training center, not simply for the few juveniles we have there, but also for the persons on the coast, on the Essequibo coast. And that will be linked to the TVET education program. There is some construction of a guard hut and other ancillaries at the Trafficking in Persons building. There's some work on the rehabilitation of external walls at the ministry, which are in very poor shape. There's a fire escape and a cargo lift at the Forensic Sciences building. Same thing at the Ministry of Home Affairs itself. There's a rehabilitation of the CSSP building at Ogle. And the accounts department, there's a small sum afforded there to do some fixing up there for the accounts people. There's a retention, a rollover.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chairman.
Remember, Mr. Ramchadan.
It has to do with a critique that I've constantly made. We do have under the Financial Management and Accountability Act that whenever we have the details of capital expenditure, provision of buildings, check page 241 of profile, and then we get provision of buildings. I want to know exactly like what the minister just answered now that an oral question is asked. Why was that not put down in the legend here so that we can see the transparency rather than the circularity of it, which is contrary to what the Financial Management and Accountability Act says? Because it does not do us any well for transparency that all those lovely projects he has is not put in the project profile document. And I'm urging, because this has constantly happened. I remember, I don't want to go back when we used to have it, like if you're putting up a police station in marijuana, you get it here in the project profile. But all we have here now is the project entails provision for buildings. It does not help. And please, if we could get our act together in accordance with our Management and Accountability Act.
Minister?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that this matter is directed to ourselves. The Ministry of Finance could account or answer for it. If there's some adjustment to be made, it could be made. But every building, every reconstruction, every repair and so on, we have designs, we have estimates, we have signing off. So if you're directing it to me, we have all the management and accountability issued detailed on our site. So if it's a question of paperwork and assignment in the documents, that could be fixed up later.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 511, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 512, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I put a question. Honorable member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on the project code, through you, sir, to the Honorable Minister, under project code number 12-16-800, police stations and buildings. I note we have a provision here of some $4.2 billion for 2025. But when I go to the actual project profile, I notice here, project profile 244, right? The project entails provisions for buildings. So perhaps the member can provide us later over, if needs be, the list of police stations currently under construction that this 4 billion will cater for. So I don't know if the minister would like to share that information with us now, or is he willing to lay it over?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the honorable member. Yes, I want to thank the honorable member for drawing our specific attention to the new police stations. And I don't know if she'll be in a position or if this will cheer or warm the hearts of the former Minister of Public Security. But we're doing new, not going to the other issues we're doing new. Reconstruction of Bonasika Police Outpost, reconstruction of Leguan Police Station, renovation of Turkine Police Station, reconstruction of number 10 Police Outpost, renovation of Moro Point Police Outpost. We're also doing the stables at number 27 Police Outpost. We're constructing range houses for the commander and deputy commander at Madia. We're doing the kennels, of course, at the Mounted Branch. We're reconstructing the Ituni Police Station, also the Kokwani Police Station, the Maburi Police Station. We are doing a boathouse at Rheinveld, and we are renovating the main administration building at Ivleri, which practically means redoing the building, and also the rehabilitation of the commander's living quarters at Leonora.
Thank you, Minister.
Follow up, sir.
Go ahead.
I thank the Honorable Minister for providing the information, though he didn't provide a cost association with each project. But I recall it might have been in 2023 or 2024 budget. I did make a request for some attention to be given to the Albertown Police Station. So that's one. So I'm really, really unhappy that Albertown is not listed to get some much deserved attention from this 4 billion allocation here in 2025. Outside of that, Honorable Minister, what I noticed, even before budget 2025...
Honorable Member, let us confine ourselves to the allocation. The question you should have asked, is Albertown listed here again? Right?
No. Can I clarify?
No, we're getting some speeches rather than the questions. And while we have time, I don't think we should sit here and listen to the speeches. Let us stick to the question. So I'm just once again reminding the honorable member how to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So are you asking the minister if Alberton is listed here?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes, I will rephrase the question. Can the honorable member state whether Alberton is listed to benefit from the $4.1 billion allocation for 2025?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable member. Indeed, a contract was signed for the reconstruction of the Alberton Police Station last year. And the fire station. It's a joint thing there.
Honorable member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that, Mr. Minister, for that response. Can you, since the contract is signed for the Alberton and fire station renovation, can you say was the contract sum?
The contract sum, I think, is in the order of the contract for the Alberton Police/Fire Station was signed last year in an amount of $377 million.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I thank the honorable member for his response. Can he say exactly which day in last year the contract was signed and when we will have a start date of the actual project and that of an end date? Thank you.
Minister.
The start date, beyond some ancillary work which has been done, should be just now. There is the movement of some ranks from the Kitty Police Station. So the Kitty Police Station will be finished, and a number of ranks from Alberton Police Station will be moved over into Kitty. They're a little tight, and then Alberton will fully commence in terms of reconstruction.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the honorable member did not answer the first part of the question. Earlier he stated that the contract was signed last year, 2024. So my question to the honorable member again, can he say when that contract was signed?
It was signed in December, and as I said, work has already started on ancillary preparations, removals, and so on.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Another follow-up to the honorable minister.
Go ahead.
Can you say to whom the contract has been awarded?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through public tendering, Kewal Ramdeen, General Construction and Office Furnishing.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Through you to the honorable member, Mr. Chair. Can the honorable member state whether in the provision being sought here, the 4.1 billion, whether you have provisions here for the East Rumveld Police Station? Because I noticed some work comments there.
I think you, Mr. Chair, I don't know if the honorable member meant the East La Penitence Police Station.
Yes, sorry, East La Penitence Police Station.
That work has already started.
Yes. Mr. Chair, just for clarification,
Go ahead.
I'm asking you, Honorable Minister, whether I know that some work has started, the foundation is being done, but I'm asking you, sir, whether from this 4.1 billion, you have provisions in here for the East La Penitence Police Station, and if so, what is the amount going towards that?
Minister.
And sorry, sir, and as the minister prepares to respond, can you say it's an extension, it's a new wing y'all are constructing there at the East La Penitence Police Station? Thank you.
Minister?
For East La Penitence Police Station, the work has started, reconstruction, and it's $68.2 million for this year.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, from this allocation, is there consideration for better buildings for our police officers along the Mandela to Eccles to Diamond Highway? Do we see those police officers being housed in makeshift, those container kind of temporary building, temporary things? If there any consideration for better buildings there?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a new police station at Farm.
Yes.
There are some mobile or movable outpost positions on the highway, which would have to be maintained, kept for operational response in relation to traffic and other management.
Thank you, Minister.
Sir, may I ask the Honorable Minister for an update on the Brickdam Police Station, the status at which it is,
Minister?
and if it is within its time frame to complete as the date expected?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 4 Brickdam police stations, the foundations have been completed. The steel erections for the first 5 floors are right now in place. They have cast up to the 3rd floor, and some stairwells, I think, are being put in place.
Thank you, Minister.
And the progress is 20%.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 512 Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Program 513, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 513 Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Program 515, I propose a question that the sum stated herein, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Mr. Maipon.
Sir, 12,400, 1,089,905,000. And the description tells us that it caters for fire stations, living quarters, reservoir, fuel storage facilities, and bond. May I ask the Honorable Minister?
I think we're at prisons.
No, prison was just put. You over there not paying attention. Prison was put. We're at fire. Sir, am I not correct?
We're at fire.
Thank you very much, sir. I know I'm correct. I always pay attention. Sir, it tells us here about living quarters, fire stations, reservoir for fuel storage, facilities, and bond. Would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to please disaggregate this sum and specify where these fire stations will be constructed?
Minister?
These are the rollover and these are the new.
Would appreciate farm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Honorable Member. We have rollover projects continuing at Wizrock, Diamond, Campbellville, Charity, Soesdijk, Parika, living quarters at New Amsterdam, on the naming at Myconi and the fire station, and officers living quarters at Wizrock. In respect of new, we have the construction of fire station at Tarlugi on the Quarantine, the construction of a satellite fire station at the Timiri Aerodrome, the construction of a reservoir at the Letem Fire Station, and the construction of a reservoir at the Mabaruma Fire Station. And then there are officers' residences to be put in place at Madhya and Letem. There's fuel storage facilities to be put in place. There's the construction of storage bonds for lubes with underground tanks. There's a reconstruction of the chief fire officer's residence, a reconstruction of the West Rhymeveld Fire Station, a construction of the bay equipment bay at Lagrange Fire Station, a reconstruction of the officers' quarters at the Linden Fire Station, and the extension and upgrading of the training facility building at Leonora.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go
Mr. Chair,
ahead.
may I ask a follow-up? May I ask the Honorable Minister, all the projects that we have there listed as rollovers, may I ask the Honorable Minister if they are 50% and more completed, or are there projects too that are below 50% completed?
Minister?
Various rollovers.
Rollovers, Mr. Chairman and honorable members. At Wizrock, we are 72% complete. At Diamond, we are 10%. At reconstruction of the Campbellville Fire Station, we are at 2%. The reconstruction of the Charity Fire Station, we are at 80%. We are at Soosdijk, we are at 28%. The Parika, we are 20%. The living quarters at New Amsterdam, we are at 30%. On the Niemen, we just started, we are just at 1% mobilization. And at Myconi, similarly, and at the officers' living quarters at Rizrock, we are at 23%.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 515 Capital stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, Program 516 Capital, I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 516 Capital stand part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 517 Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honourable Member, Mr. Mahipal.
Thank you, Comrade Chairman. Comrade Chairman, project code. Well, there's one project code there, 2609200, and the sum is $300 million for and the project entails for buildings, furniture, and equipment. I'm seeing buildings, so I am assuming that there are more than one buildings that we will be constructing. May I ask the Honourable Minister the sum associated to buildings, and where will these buildings be? And for the purchasing of furniture and equipment, is it to complement the buildings when they are completed for operations?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honourable member, there was a rollover extension at Home Stretch. This is in relation to the Kamu complex, which we're putting down. The construction of the main building, which will include admin building, investigation and legal processing building, operations building, and barracks for a total of $220 million. Those are the building-related items under these activities.
Thank you, Minister.
And the furniture and equipment, sir, will be complementing the buildings
Of
to
course.
bring it into operation.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honorable Minister and his staff.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 517, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, PS, and the staff for taking us through your agency. And let us invite the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service and the staff of the Public Service Ministry to join him. And we are going through, we are not taking the break. Honorable members, let's turn to pages 122 and 123. Hi. I got 56 on this and half an hour on the other one. So 30, 86, 1. Yeah, we got the 30 this week, right? 130, let's say 130. And then we have 56. Sorry, not 56, 46. Yes, you're right. 46. And we had yeah, you're right. Good. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for program for Agency 14, Ministry of Public Service, Program 141, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Sarabo Hali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister and his staff. Let's start with the Volume 2 on page 96. Mr. Chair, in 2023, the target for policies to be developed in 2024 was 4, but there was the indicators only stated 1 policy was developed. And then we have here again in 2024 that 1 policy was developed and there's a target for 4 in 2025. Can the Honorable Minister please inform this House which policy was developed and what policies they intend to develop in 2025?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and obviously thank you very much to the Honourable Member for the question that has been posed. We have, in fact, work has actually been going on developing policies in a number of areas, some of which I suspect the Honourable Member might be familiar with. And so, in relation to the concluding of specific policies, one, as is indicated, is at a very advanced stage of conclusion. That is the Public Service Employee Handbook. Okay. We have policies in a number of other areas that work is ongoing on, including in such areas as training and scholarships. The honourable member would know too that there's ongoing work on the public service rules. And there are other areas as well, including things like IT and cybersecurity, etc. So the short answer, Mr. Speaker, is we've essentially concluded the work on the public service employee handbook, and work is ongoing on a number of other areas that we anticipate should see us achieving this 4 by the end of 2025.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank
Member
you.
Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, strategy 2 in volume 2 speaks to, of course, determine the emoluments packages for the public sector. Mr. Chair, given the fact that the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Public Service is now one person, can the Honourable Minister indicate whether the issue of the length of time public servants have to wait to receive their first salaries are anywhere near being resolved?
Minister?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Chairman. This, in fact, is a vexing issue. It's been around for some time, and I think I've said before. I believe I may have said it here even last year, that there really should not be a necessity. There is no justifiable reason why there should be a necessity for people to have to wait for extended periods to receive their first pay. If the process of onboarding an employee works the way that it should, the most that they should have to wait is essentially one pay cycle, which is a month. What we have found in practice is people are told to assume duty even in advance of approval being granted for their employment. And that then results in them having to wait longer than they should. I am aware that we've used all manner of suasion, trying to persuade agencies to discontinue this practice of telling people to report for duty before the approvals are issued. Because if people only assume duty when the government order is issued or the contract is executed, you wouldn't have that problem. Because as soon as the government order is issued or the contract is executed, the person would be added to the next month's payroll. I think if we confirm, as I believe we will, that this continues to be a problem, I think we can certainly issue another circular again to spell out the process and to reiterate that staff should not be told to, or potential recruits should not be told to assume duty until the government order is issued or until the contract is executed. And I think that would help with the problem.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr.
Member
Chair.
Halley.
Just a follow-up to that, Mr. Chair. I understand what the Honourable Minister is saying, but I'm wondering whether the issue is that the agency may need the staff to fulfill their duties, but there's an issue in terms of the order coming through in a timely manner. But we don't have to necessarily continue that conversation, but I understand what it is that you're saying. Let's turn to 6281. The amount allocated is more than double what was utilized in 2024. Can the Honourable Minister explain this increase?
Honourable Minister.
Sure. So I think sure. So in fact, I think, Mr. Chairman, this question came up last year too. We are in fact budgeting for 2 persons who, so in addition to the offices, we budgeted last year and we are budgeting again this year for 2 office holders who are entitled to security at their residences, but who have waived that requirement. They've said they don't. I think you're familiar with it. The Honourable Member, Mr. Chairman, I think is familiar with this. So you'll note the underspend in 2024. We have still budgeted back for it in 2025 in the event that those 2 office holders decide that they would like to utilize the security. that they're entitled to. If they waive that requirement, then we will underspend on that line again.
Thank you, Minister. Member Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We turn to 6321, which subsidies and contributions to local organizations, GPSU. Mr. Chair, the Minister during his budget presentation spoke to the agreement between the government and GPSU as it relates to increases for public servants. So can the Honourable Minister state whether during these discussions any agreement was made to ensure GPSU gets the $2 million that has been budgeted for them? That seems to keep going back to the consolidated fund every year.
But let me, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, let me first of all say that we've actually had an excellent engagement with the GPSU during the course of the past year. No, I think we have had an excellent engagement with the GPSU over the past year, which has led to the concluding of negotiations, as honourable members would be aware, to the concluding of negotiations and the concluding of a multi-year agreement with the GPSU for the first time in as far as I can remember. So, and I want to place on record the government's appreciation of the effort that went into this on both sides, on the part of the team on the government side, including, of course, the Permanent Secretary and hers and the staff of the ministry. But in addition, of course, on the part of the GPSU's leadership as well. So that having been said, there is the question of the annual subvention. The honourable member would be aware that historically we have been asking for audited financial statements to be submitted by not only the GPSU, but by other entities for whom a subvention has been budgeted. In this instance, I am advised that the GPSU did not submit their audited financial statements, which is what resulted in us not releasing the subvention. But I'm perfectly happy to have a conversation with the GPSU on what we can do perhaps to help to remedy that situation and to ensure that they get the resources that we are budgeting to provide to them.
Thank you, Minister. Member Halley.
Mr. Chair, continuing on that same line item, the Honourable Minister indicated, can the Honourable Minister indicate whether the agreement with GPSU included when the 8% for the public servants will be paid? If so, can the Minister be kind enough to let our public servants know when they can expect their 8%?
Minister?
Sure. So the exact language of the agreement was 8% salary increase to be paid to public servants for 2025, retroactive to the 1st of January 2025. So whenever it is paid, it will be retroactive to the 1st of January. So public servants will get the full benefit of the increase effective 1st of January 2025.
Thank you, Minister. Member Halley.
Mr. Chair, the Honourable Minister Teixeira indicated during questioning of the high level of interest in her conferences. I'm not sure I'm allowed to say the name of the conference, but the conference that she pulled off last year, and stating how much work they'll try to put into making it happen this year. So I was just wondering from the level of the public service, and I'm not trying to be facetious here, but given all the speculations and so that are going on in the public service as it relates to the word that we can't use, if the public service has any plans to work with public servants to help them to understand the issue as it relates to this word and how it is, what they can do to ensure they don't find themselves entrapped in this particular issue or situation.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad that the honourable member actually asks that question, because one of the conversations that I've been having, and I suspect it will come up when we look at Program 2, one of the conversations that I have been having with particularly the leadership of the training division, is how we can make sure that the menu of training that we offer to public servants stays abreast with current developments and current trends. And we've started that conversation. I've started that conversation with, like I said, the leadership, the technical leadership of the ministry, for precisely the reason that we would like to ensure that we, Mr. Chairman, because I'm speaking to a former Minister of Public Service, I know that the honourable member knows that there's a standard menu of training programs that the training division has been offering for a long time. And I think it's, I mean, obviously over time, you know, the training programs have been reviewed and so on and so forth. But I think it's important that we ensure that what we offer is relevant and adapted to the most current realities and current challenges and so on. So the short answer is yes. And that question of further refinements to the training courses that are offered by the training division to public servants is very much on the front burner. And like I said, I anticipate that it will come up when we discuss Program 2 shortly.
Thank you, Minister.
Sir, may I have a follow-up, please? Sir,
Mr.
may I ask the Honourable Minister what, if he can provide an update, if there's any, with reference to the Guyana Public Service rules and regulations? I know that we're functioning under the 1987 rules still and the regulations. Is there any indication of updating those rules and regulations?
Minister?
So there is in existence, Mr. Chairman, through you, there is in existence what I would perhaps call an early draft of new public service rules. I am advised that that early draft is currently with the Ministry of Legal Affairs for their review. Needless to say, that draft would also have to be the subject of consultation with the union too. And we're not at the point where we've had those consultations. But clearly this is something that we would like to move forward. And so, Mr. Chairman, the honourable member can be assured that we will certainly endeavour to work with our colleagues at the Ministry of Legal Affairs to get it to a point where we can then share it with other stakeholders, in particular the GPSU, and then take it from there.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Some state it now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, let's turn to pages 124 and 125. And I propose the question that the sum stated for program 142 current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honourable member, Ms. Halley.
There we go. Okay, 6117. Mr. Chair, there is a reduction in allocation for this line item, but an increase in the staff complement. Can the honourable member minister explain this?
Honourable Minister.
So there's a net, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So there's a net increase of 2 in the number of people, if I'm not mistaken, right? That in fact comprises the loss of 2 persons in that line and the addition of 4 persons to the line. And the 4 persons who were added to the line have emoluments that are higher than the 2 that we lost. So that's the reason for the difference.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in Volume 2, page 98, I believe, indicators 2 and 3 state the number of persons awarded Government of Guyana and Gold scholarships. It also states that they were awarded scholarships in the necessary skill sets for national development. Can the Honourable Minister state how were these necessary skill sets for national development determined?
Minister.
Sure. So there are a variety of means through which we do this. To begin with, obviously there's an ongoing engagement with other ministries in government. And of course, as the honourable member would know, many of the people who go on scholarships end up working in the public sector or public service and or public sector. And so there's an ongoing engagement between the ministries, between the public service ministry and line ministries on particular areas of need. In many cases, we get offers of international scholarships, external scholarships from bilateral partners that might sometimes list potential areas. We would then consult with the respective line ministries on what the particular specialisms are and which should therefore be prioritized. To give a good example, in the medical field, the honourable member would know that we get a lot of scholarships from medicine from bilateral partners. We would typically engage with the Ministry of Health on what would be the highest ranked postgraduate specialisms that we should then advertise, and we then advertise those. And so in the first instance, it is the engagement with the respective line ministries that informs what we would consider priorities to be advertised. But we also, of course, have, try to keep our finger on the pulse of what's happening in the private sector and in the economy more broadly to have a sense of what's happening there too. And that too would inform the kind of areas that we would prioritize for scholarships.
Thank you, Minister. MP Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can the Honourable Minister state whether there has been any conversation about persons who gone or completed their first degree being able to get their master's before serving their full 5 year? It's just, we're trying to upgrade and to have persons wait for 5 years before being able to upgrade to the master's or the PhD. A lot of things could happen in 5 years that may not allow them to be able to do so after. So I'm just wondering if there's any conversation happening about allowing persons to continue from first into their second or third level of education.
Thank you, Minister.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. So we want to train as many people as we possibly can, and we want to do so as quickly as we possibly can. And of course, those two are complementary and not necessarily conflicting objectives. I am advised that on a routine basis, the approach that is taken is that if a person is contracted for 5 years, they're typically asked to serve at least 3 years before they are granted a second scholarship. Typically, obviously, it would be a postgraduate scholarship. And if they are contracted for 3 years, such as if, for example, they went on a 1-year training program overseas, like a master's degree, and they have a 3-year contract, they're typically asked to serve at least 2 years before they're given another scholarship. Now, obviously, one has to be, there are obvious reasons why this is necessary. Ideally, there are lots of people who want scholarships, so we would like to award as many of them as possible. I'm sure that it would be understood why, if one person got 2 opportunities to get 2 scholarships and others are waiting and didn't get any, that would, that would leave somebody unhappy. On the other hand, if one person is doing very well and they want to get a second scholarship and they want to go very quickly, and they don't get an opportunity, the policy might not necessarily please them. But a balance has to be struck, and we try to be practical. So I would say the norm is that if you're on a 5-year scholarship, a 5-year contract, you're asked to serve at least 3. If you are on a 3-year contract, you're asked to serve at least 2. That's the norm. But the approach that we adopt is real. We try to be as flexible as possible.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick follow-up. I understand that, and the question, I should have phrased it a bit differently, because I'm not really looking at persons who want a second scholarship, but maybe they're out or they're on a program, and the program has decided that, you know what, you're doing so well that you can continue, or you can get a scholarship to continue to move to the next level. Whether or not the ministry would be willing to facilitate that, or would they suggest that the person has to come back before they go on a further training?
Minister?
Again, I think one has to be practical, because and I've seen some cases like this with the staff. Typically, I mean, there are routine protocols, as the honourable member knows, and the staff would typically deal with the matters along the lines of the routine protocols. But I think one has to be practical too, because if one sees successive requests to defer contractual obligations, at some point in time, the scholarship awardee should be asked to come back and discharge their scholarship obligations, because they were granted that scholarship at the expense of other people not getting scholarships. And so you have to be practical. And I'm sure the honourable member would agree with me that you have to adopt a practical approach. You want to be flexible. If somebody gets a scholarship to go on to a postgraduate degree, you want to be flexible and give them that opportunity. But beyond a certain point in time, you have to take account of the fact that they got that scholarship at the expense of other people. And they should be asked to come back to serve their obligations. And I'm glad to hear very clear, very unequivocal acclamation on the opposition benches of that approach.
Honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 142 current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, let us turn to pages 126 and 27. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 143 current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honourable Member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Over to indicators, Volume 2. Can the Honourable Minister state under which agencies these new posts were created? Indicator 1. And in 2024, and the target for 2025, under which agencies these new posts are likely to be created?
Minister?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, the question was in which agencies these...
Yes, I'm trying to understand whether or not the public service just created posts, but it's for particular, or were they for particular agencies, or particular agencies requested certain posts that were not there before?
Minister?
Chairman, the posts are created typically in response to representations made by the respective line ministries. And here again, an appropriate balance has to be struck, because on the one hand, one does not want to, on the one hand, expansion in the public service or the public sector has to be done in a sustainable way, so you don't want we're not in a situation where we can approve every single request for creation of posts. But on the other hand, we are delivering more as a government, and that places greater demands on agencies, which has implications for their human resources and their human resource requirements. And so we do consider very carefully representations made by the ministries in relation to creation of posts, and where the appropriate justification is submitted and a compelling case is made, approval is granted.
Member Halley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a follow-up. Can the Honourable Minister state, just give an example, maybe the 5 most technical posts that were created and or they plan to create this year?
Minister?
So, Mr. Chairman, I can certainly give some examples. I don't know that they would necessarily be the most popular, but I can certainly give some examples of posts that we have created that didn't exist before. So these would include, for example, an AML CFT officer, anti-money laundering and countering financing of terrorism officer in the Ministry of Legal Affairs, a conservation officer in the Ministry of Culture, Deputy Director in the Forensic Science Laboratory within the Ministry of Home Affairs again, Director Mental Health Services in the Ministry of Health, just to give a sense of the kinds of documentation and research officer at the Parliament Office, Vessel Monitoring System Coordinator in the Ministry of Agriculture. I suspect that's in the Fisheries Department, just to give a sense of some that we've created. In terms of what we will create, that would really be demand-driven, I would say.
Honourable Member, Ms. Halley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indicator 8, can the Honourable Minister state why there is such a low number of agencies implementing the computerized registry system?
Minister?
So, Mr. Chairman, this here is a little bit of a pet peeve of mine, actually, because we continue in every agency, and I'm sure the honourable member would be able to relate to this, we continue to be inundated with vast volumes of paper. Paper coming in, paper going out, paper moving from agency to agency, huge files, paper files. We would like to get to a point where, and this is not new, I'm sure the honourable member, when she was in that office, would easily be able to relate to this, and indeed it predated her assumption of that office too. I think we do need to get to a point where we have a functioning, properly indexed, a secure, digitized archival system and records management system. We're far from there in most agencies. Most agencies, as the honourable member knows, has vast volumes of legacy paper files, which, frankly speaking, is not where we need to be. To be honest with you, even the number 8 surprises me a little bit, because I'm not sure that there are 8. I mean, this is what we have reported to us, but I rather suspect that even within these 8, if we were to go to examine whether they have a real computerized registry and records management system, I rather suspect that they would be at different levels of comprehensiveness of coverage. But it's an objective that we need to keep constant and that we need to continue to work towards. So I think the objective is stated. We would like to get to a point where every agency has a computerized or a digitized records management system and is not dependent on paper-based files. But I think the honourable member knows PSM very well. She knows the vast volumes of files in every, whether it's personnel files or scholarship files. And people often come back and make requests for something that is 30 years old or 40 years old, and you have to go and find those old files. So this really requires, it's extremely important. I think at some point in time it will require a special project with resources dedicated to a whole of government approach to migrating the paper files that we have to a single integrated digitized records management system.
Thank you, Minister. Member Halley.
Final question, even though the minister sort of alluded to it at the end, which is whether or not the ministry has thought about contracting out or getting a specialized group to deal with the digitization of the ministry so that, it's not something that we have to be plagued with much longer given where we're supposed to be going.
Mr. Chairman, I'm convinced, through you, I'm convinced that I don't think this can be part of the day job of the staff who are there, simply because of the sheer magnitude of the task. I'm convinced that at some point in time, sooner, preferably rather than later, a special project has to be dedicated with personnel, a single digital platform, a single approach. I am myself convinced of the need for that approach, like I said, sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 143 current expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please let us turn to page 497. And I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 141, Capital Expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honourable Member, Ms. Halley. Honourable Members, I know Honourable Member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 1207 to 300 buildings. The 2023 actual was 19 million. 2024 it went down to 6, and then 4 actually was the latest estimate in 2024. Can the Honourable Minister state what the 11.5 will be catered for?
Minister.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. The first, it's essentially 3 initiatives. The first is to complete an ongoing project, which is a rollover project. It's the upgrade and reconstruction of washrooms on the 1st and 2nd floor of the head office. And we will be doing 2 new small projects. The first is reconstructing the roof at the head office and upgrade to washrooms on the 3rd floor.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I can turn the honourable member attention to Project Code 250-6200, furniture and equipment. I note here, Mr. Minister, you're requesting $6.5 million. Oh, $6.5 million, but when I go to the project file number 69, the description given for this project is the project entails provision for equipment. So can you say what equipment we're purchasing for 6.5, the cost associated with each equipment, and where these equipment will be assigned? Thank you.
Minister.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, through you, this sum of $6.5 million is to purchase computers, desktop computers, a PBX system, and some cubicles.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Honorable
through
Member.
you, I don't know whether the honorable member heard me clearly. Since he responded to my first part of the question, there are two other parts of the question. Costs associated with each item to be procured, and also where these items will be assigned.
Minister.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. The computers are expected to cost $2.6 million. The PBX system, we've estimated to cost about $2.7 million. And the cubicles, about $1.2 million. But of course, the exact cost would depend on the procurement process in due course. And in terms of utilization, all of these items are intended for the head office, which is at Waterloo Street.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, follow up to the honorable member. Thank you very much for your responses. 2.6 million will go towards the procurement of desktop computers. Can you say the amount of desktop computers this cost will be associated with? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we are estimating that we can get at least 12 desktop computers for that price. But if when we go out to tender, we discover that we can get more, we'll certainly utilize the resources available, because we do need to upgrade our computing capability. But at the current time, we estimate that with that sum of money, we can get at least 12 computers.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 142, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, I now propose a question that the sum stated for program 143, capital, stands part of the estimates. The honorable member, Ms. Halley. Honorable member, Ms. Ferguson.
Oh. Mr. Chair, you said 142?
So, was not 142 I just put?
No, we just finished 141.
Sorry, let's go back. We were at 141 capital.
Yes.
Okay. So I think I put 142 instead of 141, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's go back. I put the question that the sum stated for program 141 capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let's go to program 142 capital, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Ms. Halley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 120,7300. Can the Honorable Minister disaggregate this 25 million?
Minister.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. There is a retention amount to be paid on some work that was done to the registry. That's $254,000. And we have, in addition to that, two other projects proposed. The first is rewiring of the building, the rewiring of the training division. That's estimated That's estimated at $18 million, and casting of the compound, that's estimated at $7.2 million.
Thank you, Minister. Member Halley?
Mr. Chair, 2506200, 127 million. Can the minister disaggregate the sum where the furniture is intended and
Minister?
equipment?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. The Mr. Chairman, the bulk of the bulk comprises computer equipment and other office equipment, obviously. So the training division, we have computers provided there at an estimated cost of about $7.6 million. We also have computer equipment and other training equipment like a whiteboard and some chairs, etc. For the training division, whiteboard, chairs, office furniture, etc. at about $6 million. Some equipment for the CEIT at about $8.9 million. Some equipment for scholarships division, mostly computers and other furniture, office furniture, at about $1 million. And for the goal unit, we have mostly computers and partitions or cubicles for about $104 million, thereabouts.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 142 Capital Expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Please turn to we are at page 497, and I propose a question that the sum stated for Program 143 Capital stands part of the estimates. Member Halley. I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 143 Capital stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and your staff, for taking us through Agency 14. And let me invite the staff of the Ministry of Finance, Agency 3, to join Minister Singh and I ask you to turn to pages 64 and 65.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, anytime we're ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members. We're at pages 64 and 65. And I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 3, Ministry of Finance, Program 031, current expenditure stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the staff of the Ministry of Finance and the associated agencies. Mr. Chair, my first question through you, sir. Does this 6141 line item, first of all, and can the Honourable Minister say if this allocation caters for the qualification allowances, that is the ACCA $15,000, Masters $22,000, Doctoral $32,000?
Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have made provision. The honourable member would be aware that we have concluded a number of multi-year agreements, including, of course, the GPSU one that I referred to earlier, and, of course, the historic agreement with the GTU and others. A number of the provisions of those multi-year agreements have already been implemented. I should say some of the provisions have already been implemented. Others will be implemented during the course of this year. Those that have already been implemented have been budgeted under the respective agencies. Those that are yet to be implemented would have been provided for under 6141. So the short answer, Mr. Chairman, would be that this allocation will meet all of the obligations that are associated with the multi-year agreements that we've concluded with the unions representing employees in the public sector, in the central government.
Thank you, Minister. Member Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you follow up to the very same question? Could the Honourable Minister say when this specific qualification allowance is expected to be taken effect?
Minister?
Mr. Chairman, I am advised that the necessary circulars have been issued already in relation to the implementation of these allowances. In fact, if I recall a lot of work being done towards the end of last year to conclude, I think, the relevant PSM and finance circulars to implement these changes to the allowances. So I am of the strong impression, and I am advised that the necessary circulars have been issued and the adjustments to the allowances have been implemented.
Thanks, Minister.
Thank you,
Member
sir.
Finance.
Through you again. Sir, well, the Honourable Minister would appreciate that those circulars were not laid in this House. So I'm just trying to get specifically if these allowances are being implemented, for example, after the budget is passed, or is it at a later date in the year? And since the circular, sir, was already sent out, then we should be able to have a definite response.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think I was as clear as I could have been. I'd be very happy to double check after the sitting and confirm to the honourable member. I am of the very clear and distinct impression that the circulars have been issued and that the provisions thereof have been implemented.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, sir.
Member Finance.
Could the Honourable Minister, would the Honourable Minister, through you, sir, be kind enough to lay over that particular circular to the House?
I think we might be breaking some traditions. Circulars stay within the executive. Member Finance. Member Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Honorable Minister, same line item, 61421. You have a total of some $24.5 billion here. And I would ask you to lay over for us the amounts for the increase in the minimum wage for the discipline services and the annual bonus. Also, what allocation is made for new recruits into the public service and any other in this line item. If you could lay it over for us. I know you told us the last time that you would normally have a group of persons because this is a complicated calculation. So I'm very sure that you would have these figures.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we have had this conversation every year. And the honourable member is a veteran of this House, having sat on both sides of the House. So I know that the honourable member is more than abundantly familiar with this particular provision. And I know that the honourable member knows that what this provision comprises is the government's best estimate of what the salary increase will cost in the year of the budget, what new and additional recruits will cost, and additional employment costs and employment cost shortfalls, and any other employment cost requirements that might arise. I don't know that we necessarily need to repeat that conversation that we've had every year, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, a follow-up on this very line item, 6141. My question to the honorable member with regards to the qualification allowance. While I hear the honorable member stated that the circular went out, is the honorable member aware that many public servants are now being told that they cannot or they will not be able to benefit from any qualification allowance because whether they have a master's in business administration and they're an accountant, they're now being told that they will not because the qualification doesn't equate with what they're currently engaged in the ministry, and it goes for the other levels in qualifications. So are you aware that many public servants are now being denied that?
Minister? Mr. Chairman, I am not aware of the assertion being made by the honourable member. I am aware that the circular, the most recent version of the circular that I saw, did make reference to the postgraduate qualifications, being relevant to the office holder's official duties. In fact, I'm looking at it here now, that the allowances are paid for postgraduate qualifications that have been obtained in an area that is relevant to the office holder's official duties. And once that is the case, the allowances will be paid. And if there's any lack of clarity, an approach can be made to the relevant authority, in this case, I would think the Permanent Secretary of the Public Service Ministry, for clarity to be, for any lack of clarity to be resolved. But I'm not aware of this assertion that the honourable member is making.
Honourable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, moving on to line item 6272, electricity charges. I note that we are down to $122 million for this year, as opposed to the $6.065 billion last year. My question to the minister is whether this allocation is just for the expenses to be incurred this year, and it has no liabilities provided for here for GPL, that we're finished with that.
Mr. Chairman, the honourable member is correct in her interpretation of how this number has evolved over the years. So the honourable member, Ms. Lawrence, is correct in saying that the provision that we are seeking for 2025 is in relation to current year obligations. We are in the process of reconciling with GPL to confirm that there are no outstanding obligations owing. We are of the clear impression that we have discharged those historic obligations as of today, but we're doing that reconciliation right now. But to return to the question that the honourable member asked, the appropriation that is being sought for 2025 is in relation to current year obligations.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, sir, can the Honourable Minister turn his attention to line item 6321? Sir, looking at the Bureau of Statistics, we see an allocation there of 1.7 billion. So I want to ask the Minister if he can tell this House why haven't the 2022 census been published to date, and what is the role of the Ministry of Finance in the compilation of the census?
Minister?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. I think it was a two-part question. So the first part was, can I ask you, Mr. Chairman? I know the second part was the role of the Ministry of Finance. But the first part, Honourable Member, can you repeat the first part of the question so that I answer precisely what you're asking?
Member Finance?
The first part of the question was to you, Honourable Minister, if you can tell the House why hasn't the 2022 census been published to date?
Sure. So, Mr. Chairman, let me be very clear that national censuses and other statistical surveys are governed by law. There is a Statistics Act and an act that establishes the Bureau of Statistics and assigns responsibilities to the Bureau of Statistics, as is headed by a chief statistician. And so the responsibility for conducting and concluding the census rests with the Bureau of Statistics. So that's the first point I want to make. The second point I want to make, Mr. Chairman, is that that act does assign or does designate a minister with responsibility for statistics. And the minister with responsibility for statistics is also the minister with responsibility for finance. And so the Bureau of Statistics falls within the ministerial portfolio of the minister with responsibility for finance, but the Bureau of Statistics has statutory responsibility for the conduct of censuses and the issuance of the census reports. Thirdly, I am aware that the Bureau of Statistics has been working earnestly under very challenging circumstances, and I want to place on record our appreciation as a government, as a ministry, first of all, as their minister, as a government, and indeed as a country, for the excellent work that they did. And I do think that they deserve that recognition, because they're a relatively small team and they've been working very hard to get as full coverage as they possibly can in the case of the census, while of course discharging their many other obligations. I do know that they encountered several challenges, including obviously the challenges of terrain, challenges of weather, etc., around the time of the census and in the months that followed immediately. I am also aware that they encountered challenges with the number of repeat visits that they had to do, including with, I think, with the non-response rates, residences that we know to be occupied, but in relation to which the enumeration visit was unable to complete the survey. I know that they encountered significant challenges in that regard, and that's not unique to Guyana. I have, for example, in front of me, dates in relation to several other countries around the Caribbean, because of course the 10-year census cycle is not unique to Guyana. There are several countries across the CARICOM that did a census at the same time as we did and who have not yet completed their census reports. And so we as a government are as anxious as any other stakeholder for the census report to be concluded. And I have conveyed this as clearly as I possibly can to the Chief Statistician and the Bureau of Statistics. They are aware of the fact that we look forward to receiving this data, because of course the census data is extremely important in terms of demographic trends and policy making, including spatial distribution of the population, prediction of spatial trends in relation to the population, etc., where public services will be needed, where public services can be scaled back, etc. So we are as anxious as anybody else, or perhaps even more anxious than anybody else, for receipt of this data. And we have conveyed this very clearly to the leadership and the staff of the Bureau of Statistics. But at the same time, I have to be cognizant of the effort that I know that they're making. And I have to acknowledge that effort and express my appreciation of that effort. And so I have the Chief Statistician is here, he's hearing this conversation. The team at the Stats Bureau is aware of the conversation too. I will simply say that the government shares the view that the preliminary census report should be concluded as quickly as possible, and we have conveyed that clearly to the leadership of the Stats Bureau, and I have no doubt that they will conclude it and issue it as soon as they possibly can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the Honourable Minister say what stage the process is at right now? Did the Stats Bureau complete the collection of data? Are they still collecting? Are they compiling? Are they analyzing? What stage are they at right now?
Sure. So I can certainly share the current state of information that I have. They have essentially completed the field work, which is the enumeration, visiting of the households, etc. But like I said, there was a level of non-responsiveness in households in different areas, which obviously has to be subject to analysis and triangulation with other data sources as well, because obviously the Stats Bureau collects data from multiple sources. And they have standard methodologies that they use to validate, to test, to validate, to triangulate the data that they have collected and compiled, and then on the basis of that to conclude their final tables, the final tabulation, and to complete their final report, their preliminary report and then their final report, which is a much more detailed report with all of the full set of the tables. I am aware that the field work is completed. My latest information is that they are at an advanced stage of analysis of the data and triangulating that data, and work has been ongoing in parallel on the preparation of the report. And so my understanding is that that work is at an extremely advanced, is at a very advanced stage.
Thank you. Finally, from me on this matter, sir, could the minister say where, if not from the census, the 2022 census data, where is the minister deriving his data, for example, when he's looking at 600,000 citizens over the age of 18?
So Mr. Chairman, we have multiple sources of data. We have, of course, the last census, which provides you with a baseline on the basis of which successive estimates are made every year. We have other data, for example, data that comes out of, we collect data from every single ministry and every single agency, including the Ministry of Education. So we have data on the number of children at school and the age distribution of the children at school. We have data that we collect from the Ministry of Health. And so there are multiple sources of, we have data that we collect from the Ministry of Human Services in relation to the, particularly in relation to our senior citizens. So there are multiple sources of data that we collect on a routine basis and that we use for the purposes of policy making.
Thanks, Minister. Member Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could the minister turn to volume 2, page 42? I'm looking at your indicators, specifically indicator number 7, which speaks to the national statistical reports published or to be published on the Bureau of Statistics website. Last 2023 report told us that the target for 2024 was 4-4, and we have here 4-4 as an achievement in 2024, despite we don't have the census, and now you have 48 for 2025. Could the Honorable Minister kindly say to this House what are the 4 additional reports the nation can look forward to in 2025?
Minister?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I can certainly say that the preliminary census report is one of the 4 additional that we'll be looking forward to. But we publish, and I have a detailed list here, we publish reports on several things, prices, trade, the CPI, of course, the external trade, imports and exports separately, merchandise trade in particular, the real sector GDP, we publish on a regular basis the GDP time series. So there are multiple reports that are published. I could quite easily do a comparison. I think it's not presented in a manner in front of me that makes it easy to do that. But I could easily do a comparison and tell the honourable member on the margins of the sitting what the additional reports are. But I suspect that the particular focus of the honourable member's interest is the census. And we are in the additional 4 that we're projecting. The census preliminary report is certainly one of those.
Thank you, Minister. Member
Mr.
Lawrence.
Chair, continue. A follow-up. I am particularly interested in the 4 new reports, the additional reports. I know we are now exercising our interest and input in additional areas of not only development, but also in terms of investment. So I would be happy if the minister can tell us what are the 4 reports.
I can
Thank you, Minister.
certainly have that analysis done and share it with the honourable member, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member Finance.
Thank you, sir. On the same line item, 6321, looking at the Guyana Revenue Authority, through you, sir, could the Honourable Minister see how will the $10,000 per child adjustment be implemented, and when? Is this adjustment going to be applied after the filing of tax returns? And if not, how?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We will, in fact, later this evening, very shortly indeed, debating the necessary amendments to the Income Tax Act to give effect to this $10,000 per child deduction from taxable income for the purposes of computing tax obligations. Once that bill is passed, which we anticipate will happen today, we will issue a guideline on its implementation. But I will say to the honourable member, through you, Mr. Chairman, that the objective is for the benefit to be enjoyed upfront rather than to be claimed ex post, as is done with other benefits. So if that was not sufficiently clear, the intention is for the person to enjoy, the intention is for the employed person to enjoy the benefit as they go, rather than to have to claim the benefit as a refund when they file their tax return. But a detailed guideline on implementation will be issued by the GRA very shortly after the legislation is passed.
Thank you very much. Ms. Finance, Honourable Member. Honourable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm on the same line item, and I'm still with the Statistical Bureau, line 665. And Honourable Minister, if we look at the line item, other recurrent charges, I see a substantial increase here, and I would like to know whether this is associated with the additional reports which you mentioned.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask the honourable member to repeat which line exactly she's looking at?
Sure, Mr. Chair.
Page 665. Page
Yes,
665.
yes.
Right. And you were looking at a particular line?
Yes, I'm looking at other recurrent charges, and I'm asking whether there is an allocation in here for those persons and expenses to be incurred for the additional 4 reports.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we do provide that other recurrent charges is an aggregation. You will note that the lines that follow are indented. So the rows that follow that other recurrent charges is a subtotal of everything that follows, from materials, equipment, and supplies, all the way down to rates and taxes. And those materials to rates and taxes aggregate up to other recurrent charges. So first of all, Mr. see the composition of that other recurrent charges, and she will note, no doubt, that the increase is spread across various lines, and she will equally, no doubt, Mr. Chairman, be happy to hear that the projected expenditure for 2025 is anticipated to cover the cost of all of the activities of the Bureau in 2025, including the achievement of the targets that the Bureau has set itself.
Honourable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you. May I take the Minister further down the page to the capital expenditure, some $45 million. And could you give us an indication of what will be done with these monies?
Minister? Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to do so, but this amount is also included in the capital budget, which we haven't gotten to as yet. I would be guided by you as to whether you want me to answer now or when we get to the capital
Let's do
budget.
it now.
It's essentially, Mr. Chairman, through you, the whole of the $45 million is for furniture and equipment, and it's the entire spectrum of furniture and equipment that you might imagine that an office like the Bureau of Statistics would need, including telecommunication switches, desktop computers, laptops, network infrastructure, servers, printers, cubicles, photocopiers, other office furniture, filing cabinets, etc., etc.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Ferguson. Thank you. Thank you.
No, I was waiting to see if Member Lawrence was going to do another follow-up.
No. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I turn the honorable member attention to line item 6321, subsidies and contributions to local organizations. And if we go to page 469, I note here there's a 10 billion being allocated for this year to the National Insurance Scheme. My question to the honorable member is whether provisions from this allocation will be made to pay retroactive pension for the years 2021, 2022, and 2023 at the minimum level. That's one. And secondly, for those pensioners who are receiving NIS pension at the maximum level, whether some amount of monies from this 10 billion will go towards them receiving an increase.
Minister?
So, Mr. Chairman, this 10 billion has a specific purpose, which has been the subject of considerable public discussion. It would be recalled, Mr. Chairman, that in this very House, in October of last year, His Excellency the President delivered an address in which he made several announcements, including the commitment that his government will make available an amount of $10 billion for use by the National Insurance Scheme to address specifically to address the fact that there are persons who have marginally missed, for one reason or another, the minimum eligibility requirements for a pension, that is to say 750 contributions, and who therefore, by virtue of having marginally missed this requirement, who are unable to get a pension from the National Insurance Scheme. And he mandated that proposals be developed to address specifically that group of persons who would have missed by a relatively small number of contributions, the required contributions for eligibility for pensions. And so this $10 billion injection is specifically to address those persons who have missed, who don't have 750, by, like I said, within a relatively, within a clearly defined margin, to address those persons and to give them a one-off payment in recognition of the fact that they've missed their eligibility for pension by just a marginal number of contributions.
Thank you, Minister. Member Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the honorable member, a follow-up. So can you say to the House the number of persons who would have missed the 750 contributions that this 10 billion is likely to take care of? What is the number you're working with?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I would hesitate at this stage to say a number. I would say that the NIS is currently analyzing their data and they're working on developing a proposal, which we will announce in due course.
Thank you, Minister.
Follow up, Ms. Thank you very much. Follow up to the honorable member. While I understand, Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member, that the 10 billion is to take care of those who haven't reached the 750 contributions. Am I to assume that the government has no intention in paying NIS pensioners who earn pension at the minimum level? You have no intention of paying them the retroactive pensions for the years 2021, 2022, and 2023.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if the honorable member has missed events of recent times, but we did announce last year a very significant increase to the minimum pension payable to NIS pensioners.
Honorable Mr. Mahipal. He's been waiting a long, long time.
Yes, very, very long, sir. Thank you very much for acknowledging me. Sir, I want to turn the minister's attention to line item 6321, National Procurement and Tender Administration Board. Sir, from this allocation of $111,194,000, does it cater for consultation and other exercises relating to a focus on amending the Procurement Act in an effort to improve the Act for greater transparency and accountability?
Minister?
So, Mr. Chairman, I would say that there isn't a specific allocation for consultations on amending the Procurement Act. Obviously, we remain open to feedback, and we remain closely engaged with every conceivable stakeholder group. And were particular areas to be identified that might necessitate refinements to the current procurement framework, we would certainly be open to considering those. But at the current time, the allocation does not include a specific amount that is intended to be used on any such consultation, any such dedicated consultation.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A follow-up. Sir, the current Act in its formation caters for 2 full-time staff at NPTAB, 2 full-time members of the board. May I ask the Honorable Minister, what are the salaries and remuneration package for the 2 full-time staff members, or the 2 full-time members who are there?
Minister?
So, Mr. Chairman, the 2 full-time members are performing the duties of the tender board, but they hold appointments elsewhere. And so I would be happy to provide clarity on the emoluments that they are in receipt of, but they are in receipt of emoluments in their principal appointment, which obviates the need for a full-time salary to be paid to them at the National Procurement and Tender Board.
Thank you, Minister.
Sir, may I follow up? May I also ask of the minister in his, when he will be providing that information, if he can include the benefits that are received also by the members who are serving on part-time basis?
Very well, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Sir, may I do another follow-up? Sir, it was the 1st of February 2022 when the Honorable Minister made his presentation for that budget, and he indicated that we will be moving to an e-procure platform. It's 3 years after February of 2025 now. Would the Honorable Minister be kind enough to provide us with an update on this e-procure platform that was supposed to be established by the end of 2024?
Minister?
So, Mr. Chairman, considerable work has been done on this, in fact. We have had, in fact, a couple of consultancies, advisory services on the development of electronic or digitized platforms for procurement. We have reports at our disposal with options for consideration. And those are currently engaging our attention.
Sir, may I ask for a follow-up? Sir, the Honorable Minister promised that it will be fully operationalized by 2024. May I ask him if there is an extended time period that we're looking at to head into the direction of e-procurement platform, which is a good tool to strengthen accountability and transparency in our procurement system, given that we're giving out more contracts than ever before?
Minister?
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't have at my disposal now a specific timeline as such, but we recognize the advantages of the deployment of more digital solutions and the very evident advantages that could be had from these. And so we certainly share the objective of we want to be able to do this, even if it's done in a modular manner. We'd like to be able to do this as soon as possible, but I don't have at my disposal currently an indicative timeline for deployment.
Sir, may I
go ahead?
Follow up? Thank you. Sir, the Honorable Minister indicated also back in 2022 that there was a remodeling of the evaluation committee and mentioned that the evaluation committee will be from a pool of evaluators but will not be members who are associated directly to the entity being the contract is being evaluated for. May I ask if that is currently the modus operandi?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that has in fact been implemented. This was something that we said we would do at the very early days of the current term in office. So that has been implemented. There are instances where certain specific technical skills are needed to provide input into the evaluation. This is not generally the case, but there are instances where certain specialized skills are needed, which can only be obtained from the sector itself. So to give you an example, in such areas as specialized equipment, like medical equipment, for example, where if you pulled 3 evaluators from a random pool, you might not necessarily get 3 persons with familiarity with specialized medical equipment. In those instances where there's a compelling case for specialized sector-specific expertise, we might, I am aware that we might ask for input, but on a non-voting basis, just advisory input from persons from the sector. But that, like I said, those would constitute the exception rather than the rule.
Honorable Member Mahipal.
Yes, sir. Sir, may I ask the Honorable Minister, and I do, and I think our side do support the movement of ensuring that the evaluators don't come from the sector of itself. May I ask the Honorable Minister if this also is the case with the regional procurement and tender administration system?
Minister?
No. Learn the Act. NPTAB controls the boards. Read the Act and learn it.
Chairman, I'm advised that the responsibility for appointing the evaluators rests with NPTAB. And so nominations are made by the regions and appointments are made by NPTAB from the nominations submitted by the region.
Thank you, Minister.
Yes, sir. I am well aware of that. It is a pool of evaluators that are nominated, with your permission, sir. And the practice has been to extract the tree from that pool. My question to the Honorable Minister is that the same practice is what applies at NPTAB, a pool of evaluators, and you extract three. Has the Minister considered applying the same change that was made for NPTAB to strengthen accountability and transparency to apply at the very regional tender boards that also deal with hundreds of millions of dollars, close to billions, or probably billions of dollars, to make that change there for it to be effective also?
Right. Minister. So to the best of my knowledge and the advice available to me currently, the regional tender board selects from amongst their pool. And so I wouldn't, at the current point in time, be able to say what the prevailing practice is, but essentially from the approved pool of evaluators, the regional tender board will select. But I get the point that the Honourable Member is making.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy that the Honourable Minister gets the point I'm making. May I ask if he will endeavour to see to make the necessary change so that we can facilitate greater accountability and transparency in the Procurement Act system?
Minister?
Well, I will in the first instance endeavour to ascertain what the prevailing practice is, and on the basis of what I ascertain at that time, determine the way forward. But the merit of the argument that is being made by the member is understood.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Member Annette Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll go back to 6321 NIS, and based on the response given by the Honourable Member, that for 2024, the NIS pensioners who earn at the minimum level would have gotten a substantial increase in their pension. I disagree with that, Mr. Chair, because it was only 21.3%, which gave us a total of $43,075 the NIS pensioners at the minimum level got for 2024. Mr. Speaker, I will further say that the government, for me, they are in violation of the NIS Act of 15 of 1960, because that act is clear. All pensioners at the NIS level must receive 50% of their the minimum level, 50% increase, or of the minimum wage. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm still asking the Honourable Member, why is it that the government, this People's Progressive Party civic government, would have violated, discriminated against the NIS
Honourable Member, you're making a lot of accusations and imputations. Minister of Finance, would you like to prefer a comment?
Mr. Chairman,
A speech?
Mr. Chairman, I reject fully the outrageous assertions being made by the member on that side of the House. In her customary, factually inaccurate and highly offensive manner. I reject Mr. Chairman, this government's track record in relation to addressing the needs of our senior citizens is one that we are proud of. And I appreciate that the honourable member, arithmetic is not their strong point, but the honourable member will, if she were to do the calculation, she will see that the adjustment made last year resulted in the minimum pension being equivalent to 50% of the minimum wage that prevailed at the time.
Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Chair, to the honourable member, I have no difficulty with...
Okay. I'm not going to pertain this exchange. Line item, go back to what we're doing here. Minister has corrected you that NIS is in compliance because of the substantial adjustment made last year.
Mr. Chair, I think my question was clear earlier. Why is it we had increase in salaries for 2021, 2022, and 2023? And based on the NIS Act of 1960, once you have increases in salary, pensioners must be able to be paid 50% minimum. My question to the honourable member, why is it that the pensioners who earn at the minimum level for NIS were not paid their pensions for 2021, 2022, and 2023?
Honourable member, I must be daft. Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I think I've addressed this matter exhaustively. I don't think there's much that I can add to this matter.
Thank you very much. And I think we may have exhausted the comments
one question.
On this
One more
item.
question, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind.
Sir, I have one too, if you don't mind, please.
Line 6322, contributions to international organizations.
Go ahead, honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, I note that to the ACP, we have increased the contribution there. The allocation, we have increased it. Could you kindly explain to this House whether this is a requirement, whether they've increased our contributions because of our new status, or whether this is for some other reason?
Minister?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, the amount in relation to this item, sir, there are essentially two international organizations to which we contribute. The first is the ACP Secretariat. And if the honourable member would turn to page 474, which I suspect she's at, she will note that the amount that we're seeking is $60.787 million. That comprises two contributions. The first is an amount of $8.173 million to the ACP Secretariat, which is the same amount that was budgeted last year. And the second is an amount of $52.614 million, which is the same as we paid to CARTAC, the Caribbean Regional Technical Assistance Center, last year.
Thank you, Minister. The Honorable
Follow
Member,
up?
Mr. Maipol.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, line item 6141. May I ask the Honorable Minister, in constitutional agencies like GCOM, Parliament, constitutional office holders, members of Parliament, and so on, when the salary increases are given, the 10% and the 8% will be given, we are also in receipt of those salary increases. May I ask if we will also be in receipt of the changes that are applicable in terms of your qualification? You have the master's, the PhD, and so on, however high, whatever changes that were made there, if it is applicable also to the constitutional office holders. I think it's a good question, sir, because many people are asking the ministers on that
Okay,
side.
you asked a question, and I think Minister should answer.
Mr.
I don't have a
I think
master's.
some.
I don't have a master's.
At the risk, Mr. Chairman, at the risk of disappointing my eminently qualified colleague on that side of the House, who I suspect might have been anticipating the very substantial increase in his allowances in recognition of his academic qualifications. The qualification allowances, sir, emanate from an agreement with the Guyana Teachers Union in the case of teachers, and an agreement with the Guyana Public Service Union in the case of public servants. I, to the best of my knowledge, don't believe that Mr. Mahipal would consider himself either a teacher or a public servant.
I remember Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, I want to take you back to the ACP contribution by Guyana. In 2024, you only paid 4.960. You didn't utilize the entire 8, as you said, is payable to this organization. So are we owing them? What is going on?
Minister?
Mr. Chairman, I'm advised here again. It's a very valid question that the honourable member is asking. It leaps out at me too. I'm advised that we pay based on demands to pay, and so we are not, as far as we are aware, in arrears. We paid all of the demand notices that we received last year. And so that 4.96 that we would have paid would have discharged all of the demand notices that we would have gotten. So we're not aware that we are in arrears, but our understanding of what we are expected to pay annually is the 8.173 that we had budgeted last year. So we have budgeted back for that figure this year, because that is what we understand our annual obligations to be.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable members, I now put the question that the sum stated for Program 31, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, let us turn to pages 66 and 67, and I propose the question that the sum stated herein for Program 32, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, sir. Just one question, 6262. Can the honorable minister say what overseas conferences the ministry is expecting this allocation to cater for 2025?
Minister? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Here again, I think the honourable member would be aware that we have here under the Ministry of Finance Program 2 a lump sum allocation to meet the overseas conferences and official visits obligations of almost the whole of the central government. I think there are one or two agencies that have an allocation of their own. I think we have a vague recollection that we've had this conversation before. But essentially, this $701 million is to meet the obligations of almost pretty much the whole of the central government. In relation to what the specific travel obligations will be, I think there are some that are known in advance. There are, for example, in each sector, there are certain statutory or mandatory meetings, international conferences that we always attend. So some we know that we will be at the United Nations General Assembly. We know that we will be at the annual meetings of the Caribbean Development Bank or the Inter-American Development Bank. We know that we will be at the Commonwealth Foreign Ministers meeting or Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting. So there are some meetings that are statutory and annual and that we know that we will attend. And then, of course, there are others that are more of an ad hoc nature, invitations, conferences, or meetings that are arranged, or engagements that are arranged on a slightly less predictable or slightly more ad hoc nature. And we respond to those as we consider appropriate when we receive those invitations.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the Honorable Minister turn to line 6331, Refund of Revenues? Honorable Minister, every year we allocate in the millions for this line item, but we always fall short in terms of expending it. And here again, last year was worse because of the last 3 years. Last year we fell into 3 digits, and you're allocating again $50 million. What is inhibiting this expenditure?
Minister?
So, Mr. Chairman, through you to the honourable member, just to be clear, this refund of revenue allocation is not refund of tax revenue. So this is refund of this is somebody has paid for a government service and they apply for a refund of the fee that they may have paid for the government service. You will note that the amount is a very modest amount. So it couldn't have been for refund of tax revenue. So this is basically payment for government services. Somebody may have paid for government service and then for whatever reason, they have to be refunded their revenue. And the $351,000 that we spent last year represents the totality of requests that we got for revenue to be refunded. So that's all that we spent. We're projecting, we're seeking an allocation that at the same level that we sought last year, which is $15 million. But the honourable member correctly observes that we have been, certainly for the last couple of years, been spending less than the amount that we got appropriated, because that's based on, we basically refund on request. And those are the requests that we get.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 32, current expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, sum stated stands part of the estimates. Honourable members, page 487. Honourable members, I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 31, capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Honorable Member, Ms. Finance.
Thank you, sir. Looking at project code 4500800 Guyana Revenue Authority, we see the sum there being provided for, there's a provision for buildings. Could you say what allocation from the 5.7 is going towards the building and which buildings?
Minister?
Mr. Chairman, the question was, through you, the question was how much is for buildings?
Yes.
Yeah, so.
And what buildings?
Sure, so a total of $999.1 million is is budgeted for buildings. That comprises $644 million for ongoing projects. So there are several projects that are rollover projects, including a bond at Letem, office buildings at Letem, living quarters at Letem, etc. Rehab of office at Corriverton and at Parika, some rehab at headquarters as well, construction of roof at headquarters. So there are several rollover projects, including also construction of a warehouse at Onverwacht, living quarters at Corriverton and in New Amsterdam. So those are the rollover projects, and then we have a number of new projects too. Construction of wharf and office at Water Street, office building and living quarters, acquisition of land, office buildings and living quarters in Port Morant, Linden, rehab of Eccles building, construction of charity office and boathouse, some new work at the GRA headquarters, etc. So it's a combination of rollover, like I said, $644 million of rollover projects and $355 million of new projects.
Thank you for that. On the same program head, looking at software, what allocation is placed there for software and what software is being developed?
Minister? So, Mr. Chairman, we have an amount of $818.4 million for software and licenses. That includes outstanding obligations for the integrated tax management system or revenue management system, the optimal system, which is a new single integrated tax administration system that we've implemented. We have an ongoing deployment of that, for which we have a rollover obligation of $41 million. And then additional works for further deployment of the optimal system.
Thank you, Minister.
And then I should add licenses for other software as well.
Member Finance, Member Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I take the Honorable Minister to line item 1202200. Could the Honorable Minister say whether this retention monies will be paid for the former GNCB Sports Club building, which I think is supposed to be an annex now for his ministry?
Minister? Mr. Chairman, the obligations on that building, I'm advised, have been paid. So this retention is in fact on some work that we did on for the upgrading of the electrical system at the main Ministry of Finance campus at Main and Orchard Streets.
Thanks, Minister.
And the retention is for what?
The retention is for construction of a walkway in the compound, or walkways in the compound.
Thanks, Minister. Honourable members, I now...
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Honorable Member Lawrence.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to take the minister to line item 1900400, Basic Need Trust. Honorable Minister, in the profile, you have listed here several descriptions for several projects, and I would like you to give me the amounts that will be used for the constructions of schools, and if you can say which schools, the construction and rehabilitation of community roads, if you can say which communities, and the livelihood enhancement projects. What are we talking about here? Could you give some details about these projects?
Minister? Yes, Mr. Chairman. The amount of $410 million includes, like the member correctly identified, includes allocations for education infrastructure, in particular $10.8 million for Kokwani Nursery School, for livelihood enhancement, $55.3 million, and in particular this is for construction of an early childhood development center in Diamond, and 2 sub-projects in Region 2, Mainstay and Mashabo. We have also allocations totaling $92.1 million for skills training for employment and entrepreneurship, and these we implement in partnership with several agencies, including the Board of Industrial Training, some of our regional technical institutes, and we also work with the Guyana Council of Organizations for Persons with Disabilities to roll out those training programs. So those will benefit hundreds of persons through those respective organizations. We also have sub-projects on community access, in particular some community roads in Blackbush Polder, in Region 6, Blackbush Polder, Region 5, Bushlot to Bat, and in Region 6, Kilcoy, Hampshire. And we also, of course, do, as the honourable member would know, we do sub-projects in the water supply, water distribution system, sinking of wells and construction of water distribution systems or water supply systems. And in this case, we have another 13.3 million for the water sub-projects in Warawata and Kurukubaru. And then we also have project administration costs included in that amount.
Thank you, Minister.
Follow up on the same question,
Member
Mr.
Lawrence.
Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, you didn't give me the amount for the community roads.
$56.2 million for community roads. My apologies.
Thank you. Mr. Chair. May I turn to 3401000, Low Carbon Development Program. Honorable Minister, just one second. There are a list of programs here, and this particular low carbon development initiative, there has quite a lot of programs within the description. And so I would like to ask the minister, given that over the last couple of years we have spent so much money, billions of dollars on this project, when will the House see a periodic report on the amount of monies that we have spent, all these projects that we have done and so on? When will we see that type of report for the amount of monies we're passing in the House? This year, we are passing $57.4 billion. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the honourable member is, I hesitate to say like myself, but the honourable member is a veteran of this House, even more so perhaps than myself. She has been a chair, and she has served with distinction as chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee of this House. I don't think she's the chair currently. I think the honourable member, Mr. Figueira, is the chair, if I'm not mistaken. So, but she's a past chair of the Public Accounts Committee. This House gets, on a regular basis, reports on the utilization of these resources. First of all, in our successive annual budgets, we articulate in our respective project profiles, indicatively how much we anticipate that we will be spending in the various areas. And then, secondly, Mr. Chairman, as we do with all revenues that come into the consolidated fund and are appropriated out of the consolidated fund, with all public expenditure, we prepare audited financial statements, which are audited by the Auditor General, which are submitted to this House, and which are then examined in great detail by the Public Accounts Committee. And I believe that the honourable member, notwithstanding that she's not the chair, I believe she still serves on the committee, if I'm not mistaken. And so, Mr. Chairman, at multiple, she's not on PAC anymore. My apologies, I stand corrected. I'm advised that the honourable member is not on the PAC any longer. But like I said, there are multiple opportunities. The annual budgets and the audited financial statements at which a considerable amount of detail is provided on the utilization of these resources.
Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Chair,
Member
I'm
Lawrence.
not trying to be facetious. Given all that the minister has said, I just want to know, you have this initiative that you put out there that will take us from point A to point B, and I would like to know whether, having done so for several years, don't you do an analysis to say, okay, this has worked, this has brought this particular aspect of poverty down, this has been able to give us positive points in this other area? I mean, don't you want to know that? I mean, you brought it to the National Assembly, so.
Mr. Chairman, I find it rather ironic that a member on that side of the House should come to this committee and speak with such feigned passion about wanting to know what these resources are being used for. Mr. Chairman, it is the APNU AFC that met $135 million already earned and received and sitting in bank accounts dispersed by the Norwegians, and did not use any of those resources for the benefit of the Guyanese people. It is the APNU AFC that had resources to roll out an Amerindian land titling project that was already designed, already financed, an ICT project that was already designed for the hinterland, already designed, already financed, resources already set aside for those projects, solar panels to be deployed in the hinterland, and left those resources. We came back into government and found those ICT and solar panels locked up in a warehouse somewhere, languishing. And there was no concern by the honourable member who was in the cabinet at that time about what these resources are being used for. $80 million was sitting down at the IDB that we had earned thanks to the low carbon development strategy, the pioneering low carbon development strategy. $80 million was earned and sitting down in an account at the IDB. That is now being used to roll out a major solar project to deploy solar farms in Berbice, in Essequibo, and in Linden. The honourable member sat in the cabinet of the APNU AFC and didn't have the least bit of interest in utilizing these resources for the benefit of the Guyanese people. This feigned concern baffles me, Mr. Chairman. Because for 5 years, the honourable member sat in the cabinet and had no concern whatsoever for the fact that these resources could have been deployed for the benefit of the Guyanese people, as we in the People's Progressive Party are now doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. Fernandez.
Thank you, sir. Sir, looking at project code 4503100, Linden Enterprise Network, capital contribution $50 million. And can the Honorable Minister, through you, sir, tell this National Assembly why he is currently sitting in cabinet whilst monies are in a bank account for the Linden Enterprise Network, and from 2020 to now, he has not put a board in place for persons to actually access those reported. Let him furnish this house, sir, with that information.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, every year we go through this drama. Mr. Chairman, while the honourable member repeatedly, year after year, raises this issue, this People's Progressive Party civic government, since we assumed office, has been implementing multiple initiatives to the benefit of the people of Linden, which the APNU AFC had no concern to implement. Not a single major project was implemented in Linden to create employment opportunities or business opportunities. Today, Mr. Chairman, we are building the Linden to Mabura Road. We are building the Linden to Susdike Highway. We are building hundreds of community roads and buildings, the majority of which have created business and employment opportunities for the people of Linden. We have also disbursed, Mr. Chairman, 279 million Guyana dollars of grants to the people to small businesses in Linden, grants to the people of Linden, which the APNU AFC did not, no such grants having been given to the people of Linden while we were in government.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I will repeat my question to the Honourable Minister. Why is it that from 2020 to now, the Minister is sitting in cabinet and has not put in
Honourable members, let's get back to the issue of the budget, the estimates for 2025. Honourable members, I now put a question to the sum.
Mr. Chair, I have some questions here.
Honourable member, Ms. Annette Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can I take the honourable member to project code 2401300, land transport, and I note he is requesting some 400 million to procure vehicles. But if you look at the two previous years, Mr. Speaker, with this allocation being requested, is over $1 billion to date that we would have been spending in the purchase of vehicles. So can the honourable member say the number of vehicles they intend to procure, probably the the type of vehicles and where these vehicles will be assigned. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, we came, Mr. Chairman,
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was waiting for the... Permit me to wait for the cacophony to subside.
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, like with so many other things, we came into government in 2020 and found the overwhelming majority of our country's infrastructure, the overwhelming majority of our government's equipment, including our fleet of vehicles, in an abject state of disrepair as a result of underinvestment and as a result of poor or no maintenance whatsoever. We have been, since we assumed office, we have resumed placing emphasis on building out our infrastructure and restoring and rebuilding and replenishing our stock of equipment, including the fleets, our respective fleets of vehicles. This lump sum, I think the honourable member is aware, this is in fact a lump sum that is used to purchase vehicles for across the central government. This is not for the Ministry of Finance only. Because over the course of the year, we receive requests, we evaluate those requests, we rank them and prioritize them, and we purchase vehicles from this allocation. Based on our experience certainly over the past few years, the overwhelming majority of the vehicles that we've purchased have been typically what would be called double cab vehicles and minibuses. And so the overwhelming majority of the vehicles that we have bought have been double cab vehicles and minibuses, as I indicated, for distribution across several agencies.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. Annette Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through the honourable member, though his explanations were not as helpful as I really wanted it to be. I heard the honourable member stated that the monies will be utilized to procure vehicles for across agencies, government agencies. We have been considering estimates since last week. And all of the agencies and the ministries that we have examined thus far, they have allocations in their budgets for transportation and so forth. So can the honourable member say to this House, how many vehicles will be procured from this $400 million? That's one. And secondly, as you stated, sir, these vehicles will be assigned or dispersed to government agencies. Can you list the government agencies that will be benefiting from this allocation? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the honourable member would no doubt be aware, having herself participated in the consideration of these estimates, that the overwhelming majority, I wouldn't say all, but I would say that the majority of the vehicles that were specifically provided for in agency budgets, that those vehicles were typically in health and education programs for very specific purposes. Typically ambulances and or buses for school children. Those were the majority of vehicles that were specifically budgeted for under respective agencies. And this allocation will meet other requirements.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if I can go back to, sorry.
He does only come when appropriation bill got passed.
to the poverty 4400.
Mr. Chair, the House will no doubt record the rousing welcome that the Honorable Vice President received on his arrival.
Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Go ahead, Ms. Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker,
Actually, online
Mr.
right
Chair.
now is Ms. Coretta McDonald, somebody that is named Samsung, and no one else. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, line item 4400700, the poverty program. Mr. Speaker, we have been allocating $100 million to this particular program over the years. And I would be happy if the minister can tell this House what are some of the intervention projects that he is proposing to undertake this year. And two, while the legend speaks to most vulnerable groups through community development program, could the minister say whether on his website there is some form of application where groups can go and make application, and whether there is on the website an explanation in terms of how you can apply as a group for these funds.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the honourable members, a veteran of this House, knows that this is a demand-driven provision, and from time to time during the course of the year, requests are made and they're considered and granted from this allocation. The honourable member knows that, and we have this conversation every year.
Thank you. Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, could I take the minister to subsidies?
I think this is
Contribution to local organization on page 488.
yes. So let me put this head first.
Yes, Mr.
And I put the question that the sum stated for Program 31, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye.
Sir, it was the same line.
Those against say no.
It was the same heading. It was the same heading.
Ayes
sir.
have it. I was just following the lead of the veteran, Walter Lawrence,
I'm no veteran.
who asked that we go to the next head. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the sum stated for Program 32, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. I'm sorry, I propose the question that the sum stated for Program 32, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. The Honorable Member, Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I go to line item 4503100, contributions to local organizations, Linden Enterprise Network. There is an allocation of $50 million towards capital expenditure. Could the minister kindly say to this House what structure is in place to expend these monies, and to whom do they report to?
Minister?
Mr. Chairman, we have finished that item. That's part of Program 1. Program 031, that is a part of Program 031. We are now at program, you have already put that question. We are now at Program 032.
But the honorable minister is a
Honorable
veteran
Member,
of
Ms.
these
Lawrence.
things. I'm quite certain.
You had asked we go
Yeah.
to page 488,
That is what it is on.
right? And page 488.
That's what it is on,
Sorry,
Chair?
yes, I
Mr. Chair,
actually.
you notice at the top there?
Minister,
There's Linden Enterprise Network.
Honorable Member Ms.
50
Lawrence,
million?
you're absolutely correct. I read
Thank
wrong,
you.
and I will recommit. Go ahead.
Thank you
You and I will
graciously,
talk
Mr.
outside.
Chair. Mr. Chair, again, I put my question to the Honorable Minister. The 50 million that is allocated here for capital contribution to Linden Enterprise Network, I'm asking him, what is the structure in place that will take care of this 50 million and spend it in accordance with what it is being requested for? And to whom does that structure report to?
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, the honourable member would be aware that we maintain a skeleton staff at the office there. This allocation meets the administrative costs associated with that skeleton staff at that small office that we maintain, and they report to the Finance Secretary.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put a
Sir,
question.
a follow-up
Go ahead.
to that. Thank you, sir. Sir, we are aware, and through you, sir, we are aware that the monies there is meeting the operational costs. Sir, however, sir, there is a bank account with hundreds of millions in it that has not been able to be expended for loans to small businesses because there is no board in place. Can the Honorable Minister say why this board was not put in place as yet? Every year we're hearing about it.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, I have already addressed that matter earlier. The honourable member herself owes an explanation to this country why the government that she was a part of, capriciously in the twilight of their term of office, increased the ceiling. When Glenn was conceptualized, the ceiling on loans was small loans. It was $1 million. In 2019, June 2019, 6 months after they had lost the no confidence motion, they increased that ceiling to $10 million to facilitate larger loans to selected cronies of theirs. June
Honorable
2019.
members, I now put the question.
No, Mr. Chair, I have a follow-up. I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair. We still have time, Mr. Chair. Still have time. No
You have
need
a
to
follow-up?
rush.
Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Mr. Chair, on the very line item 45,03100, contribution to local organization. Can the honorable members provide the positions for the skeleton staff at the Linden Foundation?
Minister?
Chairman, if the honourable member tables a question in relation to this matter, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Thank you. Honorable member.
Okay, follow-up,
Ferguson.
sir. Thank you very much. Can the honorable member confirm whether the current REO of Region 10 is heading this entity?
Minister.
That is, Mr.
In
Chairman,
the interim.
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, that is not the case.
Not the case. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for program 31, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it, sum stated now stands part of the estimates. I now propose the question that the sum stated for program 32, capital expenditure, stands part of the estimates. Honorable member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the honorable member. Project code 2502300, furniture and equipment. I note that the ministry is requesting $108 million for furniture and equipment. But when you go to the project profile, Mr. Chair,
I recognize the project description is reading, the project entails provision for furniture and equipment. Can the honorable member state what furniture and equipment we're purchasing with this huge sum of money, and where these furniture and equipment will be assigned to? Thank you very much.
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, this is for all of the departments of the Ministry of Finance. The bulk of which is for the Information and Communications Technology Unit, which manages the government's IFMAS, the government's Integrated Financial Management System. So $90 million of this total of $108 million, $90 million of that total is for that unit, the ICT unit. Like I said, that is responsible for the whole of government's payroll, the whole of government's IFMAS, etc. And then the remainder is essentially for ICT equipment, computer equipment, primarily, and some items of furniture for all of the other technical departments, the Accountant General's Department, the Office of the Budget, the Project Cycle Management Division, etc.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, I now put a question that the sum stated for Program 32 capital expenditure stands part of the estimates. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sum stated now stands part of the estimates. Honorable members, this completes consideration of the Committee of Supply of the estimates of expenditure for the year 2025. The Assembly will now resume. Thank you very much, Minister, and the staff of the Ministry of Finance and its agencies for taking us through your agency. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I now have to report that the Committee of Supply has considered the estimates of expenditure for the financial year 2025 and has approved of them as printed.
Honorable members, I will now put the motion that is the National Assembly approves of the following. The estimates of expenditure for financial year 2025, a total sum of 1,298,346,980,181, excluding 83,803,515,676, which is chargeable by law, as detailed therein and summarized in Schedule 1, and agree that it is expedient to amend the law and make further provision in respect of finance. The recommended lump sum subvention for each constitutional agency for financial year 2025, as stated in Schedule 2, amounting to a total sum of $18,946,562,173, which is charged upon the consolidated fund by the Constitution and for the sums voted for the constitutional agencies to form part of the estimates of revenues and expenditures of Guyana for financial year 2025. Approves the sum of $512,436,702,092, equivalent to US $2,463,889,710, to be withdrawn from the Natural Resources Fund for the financial year 2025. in accordance with the Natural Resource Fund Act 2021. And those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We will now deal with the appropriation bill. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I move that standing orders number 13N and 54 be suspended to enable the appropriation bill 2025, bill number 1 of 2025, to be introduced at this stage.
Honorable members, the question is standing orders number 13N and 54 be suspended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with paragraph 2 of Article 171 of the Constitution, I signify the Cabinet has recommended the Appropriation Bill 2025, Bill number 1 of 2025, for consideration by the National Assembly, and I now move the bill, and I now present the bill to the Assembly and move that it be read the first time.
Honorable members, the question is that the Appropriation Bill 2025, Bill number 1 of 2025, be read the first time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let the bill be read the first time.
Appropriation Bill 2025, Bill number 1 of 2025.
Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I now move that the Appropriation Bill 2025, Bill number 1 of 2025, be read a second time.
Honorable members, the question is that the Appropriation Bill 2025, Bill number 1 of 2025, be read the second time. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let the bill be read the second time.
Appropriation Bill 2025, Bill number 1 of 2025.
Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the Appropriation Bill 2025, Bill number 1 of 2025, be read the third time and be passed as printed.
Honorable members, the question is that the Appropriation Bill 2025, Bill number 1 of 2025, be read the third time and passed as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Let the bill be read the third time.
Appropriation Bill 2025. Appropriation Bill 2025, Bill number 1 of 2025.
Honorable members, we now have the motion for the income tax amendment bill. Honorable members, we proceed with the second reading of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025, Bill number 2 of 2025, published on the 29th of January 2025. Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, is this the motion? Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Yes, Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that you were calling on the distinguished Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance to move the motion that this bill be considered today. But I had the privilege.
We did it earlier.
You allowed me the
Sir,
privilege of moving
yes,
that motion on her behalf earlier in today's sitting. Mr. Speaker, it is not my intention to speak extensively on the bill before us. not least because it has been the subject of considerable discussion since the budget has been tabled and featured significantly throughout the budget debate that we would have had over the past 2 weeks. The Income Tax Amendment Bill, Bill number 2 of 2025, which has been gazetted and is circulated to members, is a very simple bill whose purposes are to bring into law the various income tax measures that were announced in Budget 2025. And in summary, Mr. Speaker, these are, first and foremost, to increase the income tax threshold, or the amount of taxable income, the amount of income that is free of taxes, from $100,000 monthly to $130,000 monthly. I might add, Mr. Speaker, that this achieves the most commendable and indeed remarkable result that this government in this term of office would have doubled the income tax threshold. We came into office meeting it at $65,000 per month, and we in this term of office have managed to double it to $130,000 per month. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this bill introduces three very important innovations to our tax system. The first is a deductible or a deduction that is allowable from your taxable income for children, or for the number of children for which the person filing the income tax claim might be claiming the deduction for. In particular, Mr. Speaker, it would be recalled that we announced that persons paying income taxes may be able to claim for children that they have in the year of income. That is to say, children under the age of 18. They may claim a deduction from their taxable income of up to $10,000 per month per child. That benefit, I might add, is available to one parent. One claimant might make the claim for each child. That, of course, is a historic pro-family and pro-child innovation in our tax system. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, recognizing the very important and historic transition that our economy is going through with different modalities of work, greater innovation in the types of work that people are doing, and recognizing, of course, that greater effort must be incentivized and rewarded, it would be recalled that we announced two significant innovations to our tax system. The first is that income earned from a second job up to a total of $50,000 per month will be allowed as tax-free income, or will be deductible from taxable income. And secondly, income earned by way of overtime work up to a total of $50,000 per month will also be allowed as tax-free, or in other words, will be allowed as a deduction from potentially taxable income. And so this bill introduces, in addition to the increase in the income tax threshold, this bill, the current bill, introduces those three important and historic innovations to our tax system. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, this bill has another very important objective, and that is to reduce the tax burden on every single taxpayer. And it achieves this by reducing the two rates that are applicable to taxable income. In particular, it would be recalled, Mr. Speaker, that there are currently, or that is to say before the enactment of the current bill comes into operation, there are currently two rates of income tax that are applicable. The first is a rate of 28%, and the second is a rate of 40%. I might add that that rate of 40%, I might add, Mr. Speaker, that when we left office, the highest rate of income tax was 30%. The higher rate of 40% was introduced by the APNU AFC while they were in government. Mr. Speaker, today, Mr. Speaker, we are reducing those two rates. We are reducing the rate of 28% to 25%, and we are reducing the rate of 40% to 35%. And that will redound, those two measures, Mr. Speaker, will redound to the benefit of every single taxpayer in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, it is not my intention to elaborate further on these two bills. Like I said, they have been the subject of considerable discussion since I first tabled them and throughout the course of the budget debate. I trust, Mr. Speaker, that they will enjoy wholehearted and unanimous support by our colleagues on that side of the House, notwithstanding their preference for a higher rate of income tax, as is evidenced by the measures that they implemented while they were in government. And so with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I recommend this bill to this honourable House, and I trust that it will be unanimously supported. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Singh. Honourable members, there being no Thank you very much, honourable members. Honourable members, there being no other contribution, I put a question that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025, Bill number 2 of 2025, be read the second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read the second time.
Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025, Bill number 2 of 2025.
Honourable members, we will resolve ourselves into committee to consider the clauses of the bill. Honourable members, we are in committee, and I propose the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025, Bill number 2 of 2025, has 6 clauses. And I propose the question that clauses 1 to 6 stand part of the bill. Honourable members, I put the question that clauses 1 to 6 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 6 now stand part of the bill. Honourable members, I now put a question that the bill be reported to the Assembly. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the Assembly resume. Honourable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise, sir, to report that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025, Bill number 2 of 2025, was considered in committee clause by clause and was passed without amendment. And I now move, sir, that the bill be read the third time and be passed as printed.
Honourable members, the question is that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025, Bill number 2 of 2025, be read a third time and pass as printed. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let the bill be read the third time.
Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025, Bill number 2 of 2025.
Honourable members, this concludes or business. For today, on consideration of the estimates for financial year 2025, let me take this opportunity to thank the clerk and deputy clerk and the staff of the Parliament for all their hard work. And all the service providers, including the police, for taking us through these last 2 weeks. We were able to speak directly to our people through the media and also to Guyanese and other people overseas. We want to thank them for the extensive and intensive coverage we have had of these proceedings also. Honorable members, the clerk has organized some sumptuous refreshments. We invite you to partake and now call on the Honorable Prime Minister
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the House be adjourned to a date and a time to be fixed.
Honorable members, the House is adjourned to a date to be fixed.